Hello, hello. All right. So, welcome everybody. It is Thursday, August 14th. It is a sunny day in Seattle, although not as hot as the rest of the week has been. Uh, just up in the 70s as of the afternoon. In the mornings, it was a cool 60. Was very nice. Needed that. Updates on what I've been up to since the last stream. Yeah, Tuesday after stream, I went and had a party. Or I went to a friend's party. That was nice, apart from my ex being there, but he left early and wouldn't even look at me. But it is what it is. Let's see. Um, got home not too late and then went to bed. Then yesterday, I did some video editing on my first stream, mostly the history and the Crusader Kings game segments. Still have to cut up some of the news segments for videos. Might combine it with some of the coverage we did on Tuesday since it was all very similar topics. After that, I did a bunch of prep for my D&D campaign. Unfortunately, we had to cancel it last minute, but still got to talk to some of my players a bit. And then I spent the rest of the last night playing more Crusader Kings. I've been on a huge kick for that lately. Continued my Byzantine game. The Roman Empire is resurgent. Soon it will encompass all of Italy and expand into Egypt again. Um, let's see. Currently, I am eating some pistachio-based pesto that was leftovers for me. Having a bit of a late lunch. All that said, though, let us get into the history topic for the day. I'm going to be using this channel for some background music and then bringing up a map of ancient Egypt. So we're technically in ancient Africa today. It will be primarily Egypt that we're talking about, but we'll cover some of the other. This is ancient Africa from 3100 BCE, so negative 3100 to 32 BCE. So covering a lot of time here, and it might jump around timeline-wise as we get to all the different cultures and the like. So Egypt is primarily situated along the Nile River. You can see here, it flows north because water flows from high points of high elevation to low elevation where the ocean or seas are. The reason this area down here is called Upper Egypt and this is Lower Egypt, even though you're like, oh, this is north, that should be Upper Egypt, and this is south, that should be Lower Egypt, is because it's based on the direction of the water flow of the Nile. So it flows from here down here to the Mediterranean. At the top here, you can see where it splits off a bunch into some more multiple channels and the like. That is the river delta of the Nile. The Nile was very specifically known for its land. They called it Kemet, or black land, because it had incredibly dark and rich soil along its riverbanks. Whereas the desert, the dry land, was called the red land. Fantastic for farming. The Egyptians began to record a calendar based on the flooding cycles. This is where we get many of our dates and times and numbers. It was also great for transportation. It's a large river. People could travel up and down it in order to keep the Egyptian lands together. There were very Egypt, much like many people at this time, had a polytheistic religion. They had gods like Amun Ra, the king of the gods, Isis, the goddess of healing and motherhood, sometimes magic, and she has a husband, Osiris, god of the afterlife. Many of their gods, they had many gods totaling up into the thousands. Many of them were also depicted as having human bodies and frequently animal heads. There's a term for that. I forget it right now, but I think it comes up in the book. During the 2,300 or so years of Egyptian rule, there were 31 different dynasties, but most of them are divided into three different periods of Egypt. You have the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. They were all led by pharaohs. Pharaohs had absolute power. They decided all law, and they were considered to be gods. Just just who's married to 2,700 to 2,200 BC, 2,100 to 1,700 BC. King Menes was one of the first Egyptian pharaohs who united both Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. His capital was in Memphis, which is around modern day Cairo, but you can see it here in the north. And he saw, the Old Kingdom period, starting with King Menes, began the construction of some 138 different pyramids. These were used for entombing the pharaohs once they died. This includes the Great Pyramids of Giza, as well as the Great Sphinx statue. These would have taken a couple decades to complete and included hundreds of thousands of workers. Most people believe that workers, when constructing the construction tools and equipment like cranes and the like, they likely used sleds or rolled logs, and then would put the giant stones that they used to make up the pyramid on top of them in order to get them where they needed to go, as well as constructed ramps, either using packed earth and sand to bring them up and around the pyramid. From the Old Kingdom, or Djoser. He's the one who had the very first pyramid built for him, and he had a well-known vizier, architect, and doctor named Imhotep. A vizier is kind of a governing official, high-ranking counselor for a ruler. Khufu Khafra and Menkaura oversaw the building of specifically the pyramids of Giza, which are still standing today and are one of the largest man-made objects on the planet that is still visible from space. During this time period, there were also plenty of public projects by pharaohs, such as trying to dig more canals for agriculture or draining swampland, which would be less viable for agriculture. This brings us to the New Kingdom. What we just covered was both the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom, so that's some 1,000 years of time. In the New Kingdom, Thutmose III was the sixth ruler of the New Kingdom, but because he was only a very young child, Hatshepsut ruled for him. Hatshepsut's a really well-known and peaceful leader for Egypt. And a regent is someone who rules in place of a monarch, of a king or a queen, and because they're either a child, they are away for a period of time, or because the ruler is incapable. During Hatshepsut's regency, she expanded trade, including to the east coast of Egypt, so that's along the Red Sea here, bringing in stuff like ivory and incense, as well as when her son finally, Tutmos III, came to rule, he ended up conquering north into the lands of Palestine and Syria. One of the more famous pharaohs from the New Kingdom era is King Tutankhamun, or King Tut. He was crowned at 9 years old and only ruled for about 9 years. He was buried in an incredibly elaborate tomb and was mummified. Egyptians had a very common practice to mummify their rulers, which means removing their organs and then using preservatives so their body won't rot, and then covering them in wrappings. This gave the Egyptians pretty good knowledge of human anatomy and surgery. And additionally, the pyramids, where the burial chambers were, is usually like in the center and deep down, which would keep them cool, which would also prevent decay. And many pharaohs were buried with a lot of goods and stuff because they were said to need those things in the afterlife. Eventually, when the New Kingdom collapsed, it's due to Alexander the Great of Macedon, who conquers it in about 332 BC. It still kind of continues on as an Egyptian, as Egypt under other states like Rome. Queen Cleopatra is the last of the Macedonian pharaohs who ruled Egypt after Alexander's death, and she ended up getting into a war with some factions in the Roman Empire during the rise of the Emperor Octavian, and she died in the year 30 BCE, and that kind of covers that whole almost 2,000 years, 2,000 plus years of period for ancient Egypt. Some other notable pharaohs in the New Kingdom period are Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Akhenaten ruled before King Tut, and he tried to convert the populace to worshipping one god, being a monotheistic society, the god of the sun, Aten. And then his wife, Nefertiti, was supposedly one of the most beautiful women ever. Her name literally meant "a beautiful woman has come." Another ruler from the Old Kingdom period is Ramses the Great. He ruled just before or towards the start of the Bronze Age collapse in 1279 BCE to 1213 BCE. He was a great warrior and even ended up signing one of the world's very first ever peace treaties with the Hittites. They were some kings up in Anatolia, which is the peninsula that is Turkey. And he additionally had built many, many monuments. Some are still standing today, such as the temples at Abu Simbel. Additionally, Egyptians were great artists and sculptors. They would frequently paint stuff like hieroglyphs on their walls, and it became an incredibly robust and complex system of writing. If anything, it was maybe a bit too complicated, because they ended up developing something called hieratic script, which was kind of more shorthand for hieroglyphics that was more used for everyday business. Additionally, the Egyptians would use papyrus, which is a reed that would grow in the marshy waters around the Nile. Although today it's actually interesting, there's not that much papyrus around the area, but they would use the reeds and fibers and kind of press them and turn them into one of the earliest forms of kind of paper. So ancient, whenever you see like in a movie or a game or something, some of the more ancient periods had scrolls made out of papyrus. It was also popular in Greece and Rome and various Arab regions. And even some of them have survived till this day. That kind of brings us to the end of Egypt as a whole. But going into sub-Saharan Africa, so that's the part of Africa that's south of the Sahara Desert, there are the Bantu. They were known for a period of migration. It's the area in orange there. From the area around East Africa on the coast, and they moved more south and east into the rest of the continent. They were fishers and farmers primarily, although they were capable warriors as well. As they began to migrate and move throughout the continent, it wasn't uncommon for them to, at least whenever they were met with hostility, they would fight for the new land. Other major civilizations in Africa are the Kingdom of Kush. This was just south of Egypt. It's in a region called Nubia. And the area is rich in ivory and gold and ebony, and they would also sell slaves into other areas like Arabia, the Roman Empire, and India. There's three major periods for the Kush peoples, from 2450 BCE to 1450 BCE. The capital was in Kerma, and they controlled about as much territory as the Egyptian king or pharaohs. However, in the 1500s, Egypt does end up conquering the Kingdom of Kush, and they wouldn't be freed until the Assyrians from Mesopotamia, which we covered a bit of last time, invaded Egypt in 664 BCE. Kush, they had their own unique form of the pyramid. As you can kind of see here, it's smaller at the base and a bit taller, and they had a more formal entrance. Many of them still stand today, and they were frequently used as temples and palaces. Real quick aside, it's pretty common that they performed art on rocks and paintings like that. I mentioned earlier how their gods would frequently have the bodies of humans and the heads of animals. The term for that is therianthropes. Moving on from Kush, some other peoples or major nations within Africa. There are the Nok people. They lived south of the Sahara Desert and were primarily dominant around 500 BCE. They were known for having large communities with their own individual kings, and frequently were merchants and metal workers as well as craft workers. They specifically made a lot of different clay figurines. Carthage would be another one. It was a city founded by the Phoenicians. There are people who start in around Tyre, I believe, which is modern-day Lebanon, and they were known for their maritime efforts, as well as they colonized a lot of lands around the Mediterranean Sea, one of them being Carthage, which is on the north of the African continent, kind of at the top where it rounds out, and then there's a little drop, and that's Tunisia. That's where Carthage was. Um, it was Carthage that evolved into an incredibly large trading empire. They had control in areas of Spain and Sicily, that's southern Italy. And they continued to be dominant until they got into conflict with Rome, and throughout 3 different wars, they eventually lost, and Rome took control of Carthage. The last of the notable ancient era civilizations in Africa is Axum. This is in East Africa, modern day Ethiopia or so. It was a fairly large coastal city that was a trading hub, specifically along that east coast of Africa, and then up through the Red Sea towards the Mediterranean, and then over towards Asia with India as well. They unfortunately were more prone to sharing things through oral tradition and oral histories, so there's not many recorded histories of Axum. But that brings us to the end of covering all the different ancient African civilizations. Next time, we are going back into the Middle East, not quite Mesopotamia, but we will Israelites. So if anyone has any questions or has anything they want to share as well on the topic, I am always willing to learn. Otherwise, soon. I'm just going to eat a little bit more of my lunch. Damn, that's very unfortunate that it was cutting out audio-wise there a bit. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it keeps occasionally doing that, but otherwise, do I sound good? Cool. All right. So today for news, more on the DC federalization and occupation, then some more on the Trump and Putin summit, which is happening tomorrow, and then a bit more on Gaza and Israel, of course, since that is the ongoing atrocity. And then a series of various videos about like the state of America, various different movements and stuff that are happening right now, as other different scandals. Yeah, we did go over how Egypt is separated into Upper and Lower Egypt, where Upper is the southern part of the river, because that is where higher elevation was, and then the river flows north into the Mediterranean, and the area where the water flows towards the sea is the Lower Egypt part. Yeah.
Law enforcement is out again here in Washington, D.C.
Into news.
This comes after President Trump's decision to federalize the police force in Washington, D.C. But this is already causing some community outrage. Watch. This was the scene overnight at a checkpoint along one of the city's busiest streets. Protesters made clear their feelings about the increased federal law enforcement presence. A commander with D.C. police told CNN it was a routine operation. Joining us now is Washington, D.C. City Council member Charles Allen. Charles, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, what do you know about this checkpoint set up on the very popular 14th Street near U Street Northwest here in Washington for those people who know the area. Is that typical for law enforcement in that area?
Well, what's routine is that MPD will do, and has been for a number of years, conducting traffic safety checkpoints. That's everything from looking for impaired drivers to looking for outstanding warrants.
I think what's very telling about this whole situation is that they have all this increased presence of military, police, etc. on the streets, and the only people also out there are people heckling them or just going about their day naturally. Like I've seen a couple of videos of soldiers and stuff around parks and streets and stuff, and quite literally they're doing nothing but walking around.
They make arrests occasionally from that, but it's constitutional and legal, and we haven't had protests around those because they're largely effective. It's also where community policing takes place. MPD will even look to check and make sure someone's car seat is installed correctly. So those have been standard for the last several years. They've had good effect around getting at dangerous drivers. What's different is now you've got all these federal law enforcement folks. They don't wear a badge, they don't wear their name, they're covering their faces, and that's very different. And what you see from the community reaction is what I'm concerned about, that federal law enforcement fundamentally changes the dynamic of community policing. They're not trained for it, they're not equipped for it, and it just amps everything up in a way that's very unconstructive and can lead to actually more dangerous situations.
President Trump just a little while ago said here in Washington, D.C. is, quote, totally out of control. His words, I'm quoting once again, worse than ever. What's your response to that?
Well, we need to be able to call out the lie where it is. And that's just simply not true. He continues to say it, but it is not true. He's painted this dystopian vision, and it just doesn't track with the facts on the ground. Over the last 2 years, we have driven crime down by about 50% of violent crime. Now, listen, everybody will be the first to say any crime is one too many. And so we still have work to do. We still have progress. But that happens best with the coordination between the mayor, the council, the community, MPD, because that's what's gained and had the gains over the last several years. The federal law enforcement aspect, putting military members on the streets of our city, does not make us safer.
I think it's worth also noting here that um, it was mentioned by Trump and I believe also potentially Caroline Levitt, press secretary, that this came after Trump was traveling around the city and he saw homeless people. And people always assume if someone's homeless, that means they're a criminal, which is just ridiculous. I also find it equally infuriating that it's been proven repeatedly and repeatedly that imprisoning people or otherwise forcing them to move to areas that might be less safe or less hospitable to them does nothing to help people. What actually helps people is stuff like housing and programs for addiction and all that. This just seems needlessly cruel.
Has the administration been communicative with local officials like yourself about its strategy here?
Oh, I don't know if there really is a strategy. There's been no word from the administration to myself. When I talk to members of the council, we're not hearing anything, and I think that's part of the problem. It's even created chaos and disorder even within MPD, where command staff and officers on the ground aren't quite sure who's calling the shots, what is the strategy. So there's a lot of bluster that we'll see from behind a podium or in front of a camera from the administration, but we're not seeing an actual coordinated strategy or frankly, the willingness to come in as partners. And that's the problem, because there are a number of ways the federal government could come in as a partner, and that could actually be a good thing, but we're not seeing that.
I want to play something for you, Councilman, and get your response on the other side. Listen and watch this.
And then he took a Subway sandwich about this big and took it and threw it at the officer. He thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we charged him with a felony, assault on a police officer, and we're going to back the
Wow.
police to the hilt. So there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
When did all the Republicans become such little fucking pussies?
That was the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, describing an incident involving a man who allegedly threw a sandwich at a federal law enforcement officer. The individual has been charged with assaulting a federal police officer. Give me your reaction, Councilman, to all of this.
I hope every American out there can understand the incredible irony that is taking place right now. The very same administration that pardoned hundreds, thousands of people who committed violent acts against our police officers here in DC on January 6th in an attempt to overtake the Capitol and pardoned all of those convictions on assaults on a police officer who tried to harm and kill our police officers. And she wants to throw the book at a guy that threw a sandwich. Take the irony of that, and that tells you everything you need to know about how serious they are actually trying to be.
Yeah, the juxtaposition with January 6th has been brought up before, but what's also equally concerning or shows it even more is Trump's new Bureau of Labor Statistics pick was also a rioter on January 6th.
DC City Council member Charles Allen, thanks once again for joining us. Appreciate it very, very much.
So
On the
President
Fox.
Trump putting Putin on notice ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes summit if he does not agree to end the war in Ukraine once and for all.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
there will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
He's
The
got
president
nothing.
agreeing to red lines in tomorrow's talks and is already eyeing a second meeting with Zelensky in attendance.
So White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who's making the trip up to Alaska, joins us now. Caroline, when the president, great to see you. When the president says there'll be consequences, if there isn't enough progress, roughly, how would you characterize progress to avoid consequences?
Well, first of all, Brian, and great to be with you, too. Let's take a step back and look at the progress that has been made over the course of the last 7 months, thanks to President Trump's leadership. He inherited this brutal war that has killed millions of people in both Russia and Ukraine from his predecessor, Joe Biden. And thanks to President Trump's determination to bring this war to an end, both Russia
Ignoring the fact that Putin is the one who attacked Ukraine.
and Ukraine have engaged in direct diplomatic discussions. They have exchanged prisoners of war and discussed other humanitarian issues. And you've seen the president engage directly with both leaders as well, over the phone numerous times with President Putin and in person several times with President Zelensky. The Russian president requested this meeting with the president tomorrow, and the president wants to exhaust all options to try to bring this war to a peaceful resolution. So tomorrow, bright and early, he will be departing the White House for our joint military base in Anchorage, Alaska, where he will engage in a one-on-one meeting with President
Hello from
Putin, which will be
Ukraine.
followed by a
so
bilateral lunch
sorry.
with the respective delegations
I'm
from
doing
both
not
countries,
bad,
and then a press
besides
conference.
the general
And so
state
what
of
comes after
country in
that
the world.
meeting is up to President Trump, and that's part of the reason he is going. He has incredible instincts, and he wants to sit down and look the Russian president in the eye and see what progress can be made to move the ball forward to end this brutal war and to restore peace.
You know, Caroline, he secured that trade deal with Europe to buy energy from America and not from Russia. He slapped a 50% tariff on India because they were buying oil from Russia. He sent weapons to Ukraine. He's doing all this to try to get Putin to end this war. What could be the next step? I know that the president didn't give us examples, but what could be the next step to make them, to really squeeze them so that they lose even more money and they have no choice?
Well, Ainsley, I think one of the best things about President Trump's negotiating style is that he's very wise about not broadcasting moves he may or may not make in the future. And certainly the president has plenty of tools at his disposal that he could use if necessary. But he has always said that diplomacy and negotiation is his primary way of hoping to end this war. And so that's what he'll be looking to do tomorrow. But certainly there are sanctions and many other measures that the president could utilize if he has to. Not that he wants to, he's willing to. But again, diplomacy and negotiation has always been the way for this president, and that's part of
I think he has like a 50-50 success rate.
of his acceptance of the Russian president's request to have this meeting in person tomorrow.
So, Caroline, let's talk about some of the chatter and that is some of the people in liberal media and liberal circles, people that the president fired, said that the president is going to be embarrassed by Putin. Speak to that. What does the president walk out of a meeting? We know who he is. I'm sure he's not going to tolerate disrespect from Putin, even though he wants peace, right?
Well, Lawrence, you're being very kind, and I won't be so kind, and I'll just name some of those people, such as John Bolton, who I think has made a disgrace of himself on television and in the newspapers, claiming that
All Fox News is half the time is just them being mad at specific people that vaguely push back against their insane agenda.
he knows better than President Trump. No, he doesn't.
It's like a high school clique.
And neither do any of these so-called foreign policy experts who have never solved a foreign policy conflict in their lives. Look at what this president has done in 6 months. He has stopped 7 global conflicts all around the world, using the leverage of the United States of America to negotiate these conflicts to an end.
Yeah, no, the negotiations, I am not optimistic about. Also, the claim about stopping 7 wars or whatever she just said, 6 or 7, I can't remember, um, is false. Many of them were brewing conflicts, although conflict didn't necessarily break out yet. And also, many of the solutions Trump proposed don't actually fix the root of the problem. So we're likely to see conflicts again in the future.
You had the leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia at the White House last week, both of whom said this would not have been possible without the leadership of President Trump and his administration. So the American people trust this president. That's why they overwhelmingly reelected him. And I think it's pathetic, some of the chatter that we see from these so-called experts who have zero accomplishments on their own resumes to point to. President Trump knows what he's doing. He has great instincts. This is a highly complex and brutal war that, again, inherited by Joe Biden. Russia did not invade Ukraine.
What?
Under President Trump. They invaded under Joe Biden because of his.
Russia did invade. That's true. It did happen while Biden was in power, but
his incompetence and his weakness.
At
And
first
this
I thought it was
president
she was just
is trying
stopping
to
at the
solve
first
it and
bit.
bring it to an end, and he deserves great
also,
credit for that.
I want to talk about the surge in
it's
National
ridiculous to
Guard
try
and
and
federal
blame
officers
this on
into
anyone
D.C.
but
But before we go,
Putin.
just a housekeeping thing. Did you say they're going to meet and then afterwards there'll be a press conference? And if so, will this be a joint press conference where both sides get to ask Vladimir Putin and President Trump a question?
Yes, that is the plan.
Wow. Okay, just moving on to the national, what you guys have done in Washington, D.C. Would these 100 arrests have happened with just the D.C. police and Park Police? Was there something about the president's surge that brought those arrests?
Absolutely. This is a multi-agency task force that is put forward by the president, the attorney general, our secretary of defense. There are 19 agencies that were working together across 7 districts last night, and I have some updated.
Yeah, Leia, too. The world is a little messed up. It's at least in incredibly incompetent hands. Also, the fact that 45 arrests were made, it makes sense that if they just have more people patrolling the streets and stuff, that they'll be arresting them. I think the question would be more about the quality of the arrests. Are they actually arresting criminals, or are they just arresting people who are homeless?
Statistics for you. Overnight, there were 45 criminal arrests made for assault, second and first degree. There were arrests made for the distribution of illegal drugs and narcotics that have now been removed
How many of the 45?
off of the streets. There were 3 illegal firearms that were seized. And in addition to that, there were 29 illegal aliens who were removed off of Washington, D.C. streets last night, many of whom had final orders of removal. So these results are happening night after night because of the efforts of this federal task force that are working alongside the Metropolitan Police Department, who agree with this effort. In fact, the Metropolitan Police Department union stated that President Trump is right to.
Also, I was just looking up some information on it. A total of 1,650 officers were involved in Wednesday night's operations for 45 arrests. That is insane. An insane waste, fraud, and abuse.
Do this, that crime has been totally out of control
Mostly
in the
waste.
city. And the residents of Washington, maybe not the journalists because they don't want to admit President Trump is right, who live here, but the residents agree. According to a Washington Post poll, 65% of D.C. residents say that crime is a very serious problem in the District of Columbia. And while Democrats want to rant and rave and coddle criminals, President Trump wants to put them behind bars. And that's what this task force
Apart from the insurrectionists on January 6th, or anyone who commits a crime that benefits Donald Trump, or anyone who is a pedophile, because, Donald Trump also loves protecting pedophiles.
is focused on doing for the next 28 days.
Caroline, I know that the president can do this for 30 days if he notifies the right committees in Congress, which he did. There were some stories the Democrats were spreading the narrative. We don't need the National Guard in there because crime has gone down around 30%, 26%, I think, this past year, and 35% the year before that. And then we heard those numbers might be inaccurate. They might be false. And some people were let go or they were suspended, right, Brian, from their jobs because of it. Can you clear that up for us? Are those numbers correct?
Yeah, these numbers are absolutely correct, and we will continue to provide the American public and the press with the numbers because we're proud of these efforts. If the Democrats had their way, there would be hundreds more criminals roaming free in the streets of the District of Columbia right now. There would be hundreds of more illegal aliens who this task force has already detained and arrested, and now they are focused on deporting from our country. Those individuals would remain in the District of Columbia where they would have been.
Girl, can you stop screaming all the time? Also, yeah, I mean, nitpicky, illegal aliens is their wording to make it to make these people who are here probably having just overstayed visas feel like they are a bigger threat than they actually are.
Free to do more harm, and that's not counting all of the would-be criminals that may have committed.
Did she say that the reduced crime numbers were correct on accident? I must have missed that.
Violent crimes and maybe taken the lives of law-abiding residents of this city, if not for the deterrence. There is a huge law enforcement presence here in our nation's capital. Just drive through the streets and you will see it, and that helps to deter crime. We saw this decades ago in New York City when it was once.
It might help. It probably does, just given having more people watching or more people imposing. Yeah, and of course they'll end up blaming everything that goes wrong on Biden. But we're talking about efficiency and the waste. We already went over. There were hundreds to over 1,000 officers added onto the streets for 45 arrests. That is so much waste.
A safe city. The president is implementing those same law and order strategies that work. History is on our side with this, and we know the people are on our side with this, so we're going to continue to enforce our nation's laws.
Yeah, Governor Hochul put the National Guard into the subways. No one really objected to that here. Thanks so much, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
that's an
guys.
example when a press secretary is briefed by the president. They talk. We watched the press secretary not have anything to say for 4 years. By the way, I'm going to talk to the president at 10 o'clock on radio.
That's great.
Before last
Make some news there.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, so Trump is deploying
Moving on
National
to
Guard.
Hassan. He covers a lot of these issues from a leftist perspective. Generally agree with him on most things.
And also placing the police under federal control. All of this started because of Big Balls. Big Balls was beaten up by a group of rowdy teenagers, according to the police. There were two teenagers, one 15-year-old, I think, teenage boy, and then another teenage girl. We don't know the exact details of what took place at this incident. Initially, they were like saying Big Balls heroically stopped a carjacking from taking place, but then like you look further into the situation and it doesn't seem like that was going on. It seems like they made it seem.
Just to highlight, this is the Doge staffer whose internet name was Big Balls, but also the story around this attack on him. I don't think it's ever been proven that it was targeted or any way, and the story around it started as him being attacked by an entire group of people and ended up only being two.
at first as
to
though like Big
teenagers.
Balls was stopping a carjacking that was taking place of a random woman. It turns out he was with his girlfriend potentially, I think. I just don't know the exact details of it, but it is Big Balls. We know that it is Big Balls. Big Balls was a victim of being attacked, a victim of an beating that he took from two teenagers, one boy and one girl. We know that those are the two suspects. It was the night of Big Balls. Many of you are laughing. Big Balls got his ass beat in DC by a teenage girl and a teenage boy, and you're laughing. And now Donald Trump is using
Beat our big balls.
what are we doing, man? I can't believe these are the words that are coming out of my mouth when I'm describing like a potential federal takeover of law enforcement in the nation's capital. And like the inflection point of this is Big Balls getting beat up by a 15-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy. What the is happening in this world, man? That's it. That's his name. His name is Big Balls. That is how we know him. None of this makes sense. Big Balls, for those of you who don't know, was one of the Doge employees, one of the barely adult Doge employees that was tasked with gutting the regulatory agencies. Oh, God damn. Anyway, here is Donald Trump taking the initiative.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this.
Also, I'm forgetting the exact event, but this is similar because, as we know, history doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it rhymes. But this is similar to how Nazi Germany ended up militarizing and taking control of their cities and capital. Although ours is a bit more ridiculous, considering it's a 19-year-old who was appointed to a government position by a billionaire who just so happened to be given power for a period of time, and whose name is Big Balls.
Trump. And we're here for a very serious purpose. Very serious.
Big Balls was beaten up. Very serious purpose. That's the very serious purpose we have here. We will never allow Big Balls to be beaten up ever again. He got beat up, but we won't let it happen again.
This purpose. Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly, like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam.
Yeah, by the way, DC and many other American cities, of course, are experiencing the lowest level of crime. DC specifically, I think in like 3 decades, lowest level of crime. So,
oh no,
like,
it's
Donald
objectively
Trump saying that
hilarious.
This is like crime is out of control is just a relitigation
also
that is not happening. Once again, invent a problem that doesn't actually exist,
fascism,
or
but
a trend that is going in the positive direction. Act as though it's actually in the negative direction. Lie about it. No one is going to check you anyway. And then what do? You have to fix this problem that you keep claiming is going on. This is virtually everything that this administration has done. Literally every time this administration identifies an issue that's taking place, it is basically a direct reversal of the reality. Okay, reality on the ground, immigrants are not actually contributing to crime in meaningful ways. As a matter of fact, undocumented migrants are responsible for much lower rates of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Donald Trump keeps claiming consistently that migrants are actually rapists, drug dealer, murderers, and they're doing tremendous amounts of crime. They're beheading people, hundreds of thousands of Americans a day or whatever the fuck. No one actually checks them. And then when he comes into power, he's like, well, we got to do some sort of immigration enforcement. Lo and behold, it turns out we're not actually apprehending these rapist, drug dealer beheaders. We're just apprehending regular ass people that have been working at the goddamn fields to make a penny to give back to their families. That's why they're doing these Home Depot raids, as a matter of fact. Is that where the MS-13 decapitators?
Yeah, so this whole, both the immigration issue as well as like the crime in cities issue is effectively a delusion that has been enforced mostly by right-wing media, specifically Fox News, that, yeah, if there were actually like hundreds of thousands of migrants or endless crime waves and gunfights on the streets and murders, then no one would be living in cities. You would quite literally be able to like see this all happening. The numbers, if the numbers were that high, it would be impossible not to notice. But they're not, because it's all just false. But you still have conservatives turning into these hyper paranoid, fearful pussies that can't even go to a city without crying.
Are at. That's what they're waiting at. They're waiting at the Home Depots in Hollywood. There's a Home Depot. There's a bunch of day laborers that are undocumented migrants that are waiting there. You think they're waiting for what kind of day labor are they waiting for? A decapitation and an assassination contract? Is that why? They're waiting outside a Home Depot for someone to roll up and be like, hey, man, can you please decapitate my enemies? Is that what's going on? No, of course not. It's stupid, because that's not a real problem. Donald Trump invented the problem. Well, Donald Trump didn't single-handedly invent the problem, but he just ran on this being a real issue. And of course, because it's not a real problem at all, you have to turn around and invent a solution, a real violent solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Same goes for crime in DC. Is there crime in DC? Certainly. DC is also a majority black. I mean, it's a very black city. This is part of the reason why Donald Trump wants to do tremendous enforcement in DC. There's also obviously a housing crisis in DC as there is everywhere else. So there's homeless.
He's bringing up race here specifically. Hello, Leader Cone. But he's bringing up race here specifically because it was pointed out that Trump has threatened to send in the National Guard and stuff on several other cities, including Chicago, Baltimore, and others. And those are all some of the cities that have a higher black population as well as have black leadership.
There too, and he wants to just like do violent seizures and violent apprehensions in DC. And in an effort to make sure that this kind of attitude sticks, you got to just like point to one instance of crime to say this is out of control. We got to stop it. And it turns out it's two teenagers that jumped big balls. That is the reason. Of course, violent crime is at a 30-year low in DC, but don't let real information get in the way of creating a comfortable narrative, right? A violent, reactionary, right-wing narrative. Of course, too many newsrooms are just parroting the Trump admin's claims about crime and reporting on what's happening in DC as the National Guard is deployed into a crime crackdown. Violent crime in DC is 30-year low. Total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 2023 and is at its lowest as it's been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the United States Attorney Matthew M. Graves. A breakdown of data is available here. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27% when compared to 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. That's where we're at. It's like, crime is out of control. Look at how many black people are around. That's basically what it is. You know, do not let actual information, the truth, empirical evidence, and all the other gay woke shit like that get in the way of crafting a right-wing narrative that justifies the military coming in and I guess like doing violent seizures and violent crime tackling. Okay, fake stats are woke, they're gay, it's made up. That's basically what it is. It's also, we're in a permanent state of like, what are you gonna do about it with this administration? So, you know, they don't even care. They don't even care about this.
And squalor.
Yeah, because, well, one, the entire Republican Party just kowtows to whatever Trump wants. And two, the Democrats either lack a spine or because they're technically going about the fascist takeover in the correct way, they don't feel like they can oppose it, which is insane.
And worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section...
What changed reduced crime so substantially? Crime rates increased dramatically due to COVID instability, and then it's normalizing once again. That's what's the major factor here. That's it. That's all it is. Crime has been on a consistent downtrend for decades at this point. When they talk about crime, what they mean is visible poverty, okay? Homelessness and you know, storefronts closing down, shit like that, which is a direct product of bad policy. And the only way to tackle that issue is by doing good policy that actually improves the material circumstances of working class Americans. But obviously they won't do that because...
Also, I did finally remember or find the general parallel. Yeah, no, America has definitely been, since Trump took office this time, has been seeing a reduction in freedom of speech, freedom of protest, freedom of the press as well. I mean, we had CBS who got sued by him, and then they ended up giving him money, and now they have a representative from the government overseeing their production. It's state-controlled media now at this point. But yeah, the similar event that happened in Nazi Germany that led to militarization of the country and loss of freedoms is the Reichstag building getting set on fire. Because yeah, Hitler used it as it was the start of a communist uprising, and then rescinded rights of assembly and the freedom of the press, and then began using police to detain people without charges. Ours is not our similar event is big balls being attacked.
That's extra woke and extra gay, extra socialist.
Yeah, it's very
right?
common
So
among
they have to
authoritarian states, Russia definitely being one of them.
do like violent apprehension, which is fascist. It's on the exact opposite front. Not to get all blue and on, but this feels like a practice run for eventually declaring martial law nationwide. Oh, for sure. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's not even, I don't think that's blue and on at all. It's very obvious that this man wants
the right wing's full of
federalize the
hypocrites.
National Guard in every state he possibly can, specifically blue states. Red states will obviously implement the National Guard at the Trump's behest regardless. And he wants to violently and forcibly go through this process and take control over every single country. It's interesting because like there is no sophisticated false flag operation or a psyop that they're implementing. They're basically just saying there's no need for it anymore. You can just have Donald Trump say there's a lot of crime happening in this area, so we have to literally use the military to stop it. And people will go, okay, I guess we do. Like, there's no need for any sort of, there's no false flag operation. There's no like, CIA comes in and like it does some kind of like intervention or whatever. The president just says it. There's no pushback from the media ecosystem. So obviously, whatever he says goes. And before you know it, you're like, I guess we just have military on the streets. Great.
740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition,
yeah, the fact that the victim was big balls makes it even crazier. Like maybe that's the false flag, who knows? I don't think so though, but it does make for an insane story. It makes for quite a stupid story. Our big beautiful balls was attacked in a carjacking by teenagers. We will put an end to teenage crime by force. We will make the military shoot the teens.
deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be any.
I think one of the craziest things to say in DC of all places is that like you don't want to be mugged and raped and shot and killed. And it's like, dog, you're a rapist. You have a literal another rapist to your left that you made the Secretary of State in DC of all places. If someone is likely to be raped, it is probably by the rapist in charge of the government. Okay, what an insane thing to just add on to the equation. It's like when we do the rapes, it's different. It's legalized. It's cool. Ghislaine Maxwell, free Ghislaine.
Anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington.
DC, violent crime in DC. 2024 to 2025 year-to-date comparison. They just slam it right next to him saying this. Homicide down 12%, sexual abuse down 49%, assault with a dangerous weapon down 20%, robbery down 28%. That's the woke DC Met Police. DC Met Police is lying because they're woke. Believe me, folks, they're lying. They're lying to the American public about how the crime is down. It's up. It's up. Why do I know it's up? Because I said so. We are going to fire the statistics guy at DC Metropolitan Police, and we're gonna put whatever numbers we say is happening. That's right. These are not accurate numbers. These are inaccurate fake news numbers. We're gonna fire the person who came up with the numbers and make sure that it is reflective of the reality.
Today,
It's important not to believe your lying eyes and only believe what the president tells you.
is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia.
Are you saying his bar charts are fake? First of all, he doesn't have a bar chart. He's just making shit up, okay? He's just making shit up. Why is he making this shit up? Because he wants to utilize the National Guard as a police force that is beholden to him and him only. And it's a testing ground. DC is a testing ground because it's like not a real state. It's a District of Columbia, and it doesn't have like the same tools at its disposal. So Donald Trump is basically using the DC, the big balls beat up, as an inflection point to try to test some kind of like federal law enforcement, because there's already a tremendous amount of federal law enforcement agents in DC to begin with. There's no chart yet. Here's the chart they were passing out. White House handouts passed out to reporters ahead of President Trump's news conference on DC crime.
I'm trying
This is
to
the
cover
chart.
both history.
Washington, D.C. will be liberated
and
today.
then
Crime, savagery, filth,
current
and
events.
scum will disappear.
This
We'll
is a
make our
bit of
capital
a
great
longer
again.
video
Holy
covering a lot of what's happened. We did cover some of it on Monday and Tuesday as well, but new people and stuff. So
He is so insane. The days of ruthlessly killing or hurting innocent people are over. I quickly fixed the border. 0 illegals in the last 3 months. DC is next. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Criminals removed from DC streets this weekend. And then it's just like photos of 3 guys. Arrested for possession of controlled substance, oxycodone, and hashish. Arrested for carrying a pistol without a license. The firearm was recovered. Charged with possession of a firearm, possession of unregistered ammunition.
I don't know how long you've been here, but I've been pausing and adding additional context and stuff or commentary, but you're free to stick around.
To distribute narcotics and carrying a pistol without a license. Arrested for DUI. Arrested on a warrant out of Georgia. Weapons and narcotics seized during the operation this weekend. Wait, what? Narcotics seized during the operation this weekend? What the f? This is like you
What do you mean by nuance?
buy at a storefront. Yeah, from immigrant crime to black crime, the conversation quickly shifted to a more comfortable territory that Americans know and Americans love talking about. One could even say that immigrant crime was an extension of like black and brown crime. You know, POCs, they're doing crimes, and now we're back to the age-old hits. These violent black criminals must be kept at bay through lethal law enforcement, that kind of thing.
Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had 0. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said 0 for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some.
Don't get me wrong, like America's rooted in racism, but isn't this like incompetent fascism? If people are mad at ICE, I feel like target black people radicalize most Americans more. No, this is incompetent fascism. There's no other way that these guys can actually implement fascism. They're incompetent. This is just, I mean, American fascism also doesn't have any sort of like significant institutional hurdles. American fascism.
Yeah, so, yeah, in general, it's very easy to say this administration's been pretty incompetent, from Doge coming in and just cutting many services willy-nilly to, I mean, there's been the whole Epstein issue where they just keep distracting and denying and not actually coming to a good solution. The LA riots and stuff was also another riots. The LA protests were also a overreaction by the administration sending in the National Guard, and the National Guard basically sat around and did nothing.
Does not have any sort of like serious.
It doesn't mean they're not fascist or that this won't do irreparable harm to the country and its democratic institutions. But yeah, they're generally incompetent, and that is hopefully pissing off enough people that uh, hopefully we can get some change in the midterms at the very least, push for impeachment or something.
Left-wing pushback. So in the absence of like serious left-wing pushback, you can be incompetent and fascist in this way in broad daylight, and there is seemingly no investment or interest from the left flank, the Democratic Party, which is not a real left party anyway, it's a center-right party in and of itself, but there is no institutional opposition within the duopoly, so they could just be as fucking stupid as possible with very little pushback. They already have captured the attention and the investment of some of the power brokers that control flows of information. On the one hand, you have the Fourth Estate, mainstream news and mainstream press owned by billionaires. Donald Trump goes to them and says, hey, play ball and I will help you. Some of them actually do play ball. Others that actually have any sort of like ideological opposition, because there's no real investment in like covering things truthfully, but there are I guess like different interests that some billionaires might have over others. And the ones that actually do cover things that make Trump look bad, for example, Donald Trump will go and sue in the court system. He's been doing it nonstop. And guess what? Lo and behold, there are a ton of law firms that actually offered pro bono legal counsel, free of charge legal counsel to this administration early on. And then beyond that, there's mainstream or non-mainstream resources of information like independent media. Independent media is obviously a little bit trickier to deal with, but you can have a lot of these also incredibly powerful, wealthy billionaires basically tweak the algorithm to the best of their ability to create an unlimited flow of right-wing reactionary propaganda, as you've seen in the ways that it unfolded on Twitter and the secondary impact that that had on all of these other platforms as well. That's why there's so much neo-Nazi sentiment flying wild.
Yeah, when it comes to like media organizations, law firms, and the like, many of them are incredibly wealthy, and as we know, wealth is all that matters in the American political system. And the same wealthy donors that donate to the Republicans tend to also donate to the Democrats. That's why we're not seeing any pushback as much from the Democrats, because they are too similar to the Republicans, at least in the current makeup of our congressional representatives.
And here we are. This is it. This is where we're at. We're getting value-tained.
This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get...
This is a great question. Where is it? Someone said after the second time, how can people still believe what he's saying? Where did it go? I can't find it. After he got elected the second time, it's actually hard for me to listen to him talk. All the confidence and charisma is gone. How are still people falling for this? It's because of what he's saying. If you noticed, what he's saying is something that many right-wing politicians have said since the inception of the American state. The notion that like black and brown people are scary and they're ruining our big, beautiful cities. It's just a more modernized version of it. So you don't really need a lot of charisma when there is already centuries of delicately crafted anti-black propaganda, anti-brown person, like these guys are different than us type of propaganda that he can just like rely on. It's not just Fox News. This is far before Fox News. That's why I say like anti-blackness is fundamental. It's foundational to American societal development. So all he's basically doing is relitigating that same exact fear that many Americans have, and that's all they need to hear. They see it as him truth telling. Do you understand? And it's all
I mean, yeah, there is a culture of white supremacy in America in general, but Yeah, I would say it's more so people do have biases. These biases, I think, don't necessarily always come into play when people are interacting one on one, but in instances of like news or events happening elsewhere in the country, people are pretty easily manipulated into viewing things from that lens.
Also, like a bunch of other boomer problems as well. I mean, if you notice, he's like talking about the beautification of the city by like tackling graffiti. No one under the age of 35 is going to look at that and be like, wow, I'm glad that they're tackling it. Like, that's not a significant problem facing any American, not even 35, under the age of 45. Who gives a if there's graffiti everywhere? Are you kidding me? Make affordable housing happen, okay? People can't live in homes, and you're talking about like people vandalizing the beautiful city with graffiti. No one cares. I don't care. I like it's graffiti is so not an issue that I would say that like in the millennial generation and onward, people literally commission graffiti artists to do like murals and shit. It's over. Like that's not a real point of contention at all for many people. The reason why he's doing that is because he's an old dipshit and he is commanding the attention of other old dipshits who do care about that sort of thing and think like, oh my God, it's riddled with crime. Yeah, the pull up your pants caucus celebrating is right. That's exactly what's happening here. We're gonna make it illegal to have your pants sag. That's right. It's no longer a thing. Because like, remember guys, a lot of racialized language in this country is insidious. It's like hidden. It's not, it's something that most people tune into, but refuse to acknowledge as like racialized. You can't just like straight up slam the N-word into your propaganda because people will go, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. But if you hit it from different angles, like saying that they're thugs, saying that there's a lot of crime that they are doing, saying, you know, at different times there has been different versions of relitigating this same cycle, the same understanding that like black people are violent savages who are constantly doing crime and must be
And brown
violently
people.
put down with a veneer of plausible deniability, then you can get away with it.
So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment.
Yeah, I also find it ridiculous that Pam Bondi, who's already being seen as a pretty incompetent head attorney general for the DOJ, uh, is now also in charge of this, uh, as if she has any real like time to do that.
And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person.
Bro, why can't he do something about a real issue instead of making everything worse? What do you mean? That's the whole principle behind reactionary politics, and it's looking at the reasons as to why crime persists, and instead of actually tackling the material inequities at the heart of why crime happens, okay, instead of tackling the root of why these crimes happen, which is of course woke, gay, and socialist, the solution to these issues. So you can't do that. You have to continue. You have to continue with more and more violent and apprehensive law enforcement policies. It's just law and order. That's what you got to do. More law and order. More law and order. Which, of course,
Yeah, in America in general, like there's this sense that criminals need to be caught and punished by being sent to prison, and that will fix them. Being punished harder will fix them. Being locked in jail harder or longer will fix them. When it's pretty clear that is not the case, what you actually need is, like help people with drug issues, have housing programs, have programs specifically for criminals so that they can actually get jobs afterwards and the like. Because if they get out of prison and they have nowhere to live and no job again, they're just going to be homeless. They might resort to stealing again, and then whoop, there we go again. Also, to keep in mind, the majority of the U.S. homeless population, although maybe not so much anymore as more and more people become homeless, were once orphans. They left the foster care system at 18, and they get quite literally zero support.
exacerbates the inequalities anyway. It doesn't actually solve the problem at all. It maybe like sweeps it away from the public eye for a little bit.
And you'll be designated.
I mean, yeah, that is good that there's people in Texas that are having solidarity for the likes of DC and LA, promising. Hopefully, they were up there a bit more before you saw them. So even if they were gone a half hour after you saw them, they might have been there longer. But who knows? Maybe they were just moving around to get the message out more.
As the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police, and those people are the ones that want to help you.
Pamela, it was more than an hour.
You got people in there because of woke.
Many eyes during
Incredible,
Russia.
man. Incredible.
Yeah, because
I mean,
of
what do you say to
woke.
that? What do you say to
Yeah,
that? That's
the
president,
woke,
man. Is
the
it blue enough to think this is
DEI,
another Epstein distraction?
there
No,
were
I
other,
think
like,
this isn't an Epstein
ways
distraction
that they were just like,
necessarily.
oh,
I think this is just like another part of the
ethnic, you're
broader
too gay
plan.
or
I don't
whatever,
think it's even blue enough
that
to
the
suggest
right-wing
that this
do
is
just
like
to
the ultimate goal.
just to not actually have to defend any of their worldview. They're just like, nope, it's bad because brown, because gay.
Which is to violently take over.
And the fact that our president is using that terminology and stuff is depressing.
Over any sort of crime enforcement and give it directly to the hands of a much more servile federal law enforcement that is beholden to Donald Trump first and foremost. It's just like they don't want any sort of localized control. They don't want any sort of like blue cities making decisions that would protect their own citizens, protect their own local constituents. They want basically all control to be in the hands of the administrative state, and they want to engage in a fascist takeover of cities. I think that's what it is. Like, they see the kind of language coming from Zoran Mamdani, for example. And it's like, oh, you do this to DC first, and you have a successful strategy that you've implemented in terms of like a brown shirt fascist takeover over the Capitol. Then you can do it in New York City too. It's I mean, it started not with DC, but it started with like Los Angeles. Los Angeles was the blueprint. Act as though crime is completely out of control and forcibly federalize the National Guard against the demands or the interests of the state governance itself, and use that as a threatening military presence to violently stop any sort of pushback from the local citizens. Portland is another example as well. Portland and Trump 1 was a perfect example of this. And I think like it's DC, LA, it will be New York tomorrow. I think that's what I think is going on. And if there's no pushback whatsoever, if there's no mobilization against this sort of thing, and if there's no like institutional setbacks presented by the party that is supposed to be at odds with this sort of thing, then we'll just have a complete fascist takeover with very little hurdles implemented in the direction of making sure that America remains a democracy. What's interesting is like there were reasonable grounds for something similar to have been done under the Democratic leadership of Joe Biden with states like Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott was literally going against the interests of the federal government, going against the interests of the administrative state, going against the demands being made at the federal level for how to deal with migration into the country. And yet no such incident took place when there was actually a reason for Biden to do this. You understand? Like, Biden should have done this. This is something that I said Biden should have done. And of course, at the time, many people were like, well, don't you think that that would be a dangerous precedent to set? No, because if a state is deciding that they're just going to violate the aspects of the federal government that have full control over like immigration, for example, and they're just going to seemingly decide on their own what to do, and then they're going to do human trafficking, which is what Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis famously did when Biden was president, then you have to punish them. Otherwise, if you don't punish them, they're just going to continue doing it. And what I was demanding at that point was actually doing law and order, not like a fake made up crime, or not like a
Damn, I was muted. City to see people who are poor and vulnerable and then just shoving them off on someone else to make them their problem instead, knowing that those people are more charitable than you. I think it's hypocritical that any of those people call themselves Christians.
Normal part of existing in a city that already has like local forms of policing to deal with these sorts of things like carjackings and the like, but instead like a state directly violating orders from the federal government, and Biden didn't do it and Republicans still ended up doing it anyway. So this is the point we're at. It's like Democrats being like, oh well, we got to protect the institutions, the sanctity of our institutions. If we like violate something, if we actually violate previous norms like this, then Republicans will violate them when they come into power. And it's like, okay, but they already are going to do it, and they have done it, and they're going to continue doing it anyway. You have to, at some point, you have to fight fire with fire and actually actively push back. Republicans have never looked for permission from the Democrats to do something. They just do it. They know what they can get away with, and they rely on their base and the appetite that their base has for like unlimited violence against known villains, okay, well-established villains, marginalized demographics and things like that, and they will do anything they want to do. Yeah, so why do you believe Democrats will push back? What point did I say they are pushing back? I'm saying that they're not, and I wish they would.
The presence of National Guard troops is expanding
So
in
this is the
Washington,
last
D.C. as
video
President
on the
Trump is urging
DC.
Congress to pass a crime bill and also extend his federal takeover of the Washington, D.C. Police Department.
So we're going to need a crime bill that we're going to be putting in, and it's going to pertain initially to D.C. We're going to use it as a very positive example. And we're going to be asking for extensions on that, long-term extensions, because you can't have 30 days. We're going to do this very quickly, but we're going to want extensions. I don't want to call national emergency. If I have to, I will.
Brian Todd's in D.C. Brian, are you seeing a larger number of National Guard troops on the ground?
We are seeing a larger staging presence here, Jake, and we are told by a White House official that starting tonight there will be a significantly larger National Guard presence on the streets of Washington, D.C. As I mentioned, this is a major staging area. My photojournalist Andrew Smith and I will kind of go down this fence line here and show you what you're looking at. This is the National Park Police facility in the Anacostia section of Washington, D.C. You can see National Guard armored Humvees right here. We are told that guardsmen and other federal agents have been staging from here for the last couple of nights. You can see Metropolitan Washington police vehicles here. We have seen FBI personnel coming in with Kevlar vests and weapons, and one taking a rifle out of his vehicle. Now, the National Guardsmen, we're told, will not be carrying firearms on their person, but they will have them in their vehicles ready if need be. You can also see kind of a command control center over there where those temporary communication stanchions are, and you can see some personnel gathering over there. We have seen several jurisdictions represented here, including the Capitol Police, the Metro Transit Police, again, the FBI, and others. Now, according to a White House official, Jake, there were 43 total arrests last night in the district. That official saying that was double the number from the previous night, and significantly, the official told us that with those 43 arrests last night, the total number of arrests as of last night surpassed more than 100 since this operation began last Thursday, August 7th. Now, among those arrests,
Okay, again, yeah. Okay, so we had talked about, we had seen 45 earlier, but when we were looking at like the number of personnel that was that were deployed into the city, it was 1,600 or so for 45 arrests. Even assuming, or even taking then 100 and some arrests, that is still a ridiculous amount of wasted manpower and time. And now they're thinking of spending more here.
were 1 for homicide, 33 firearms violations, 7 narcotics-related charges, and several other charges. Again, we're told that, again, the National Guard presence.
So many firearm-related charges, but, you know, I thought we had the right to bear arms.
Will be significantly larger tonight. The White House official who we spoke to said the National Guard, though, will not be arresting people. They are here to make the environment safer for other officers, and we're going to see what the task force comes up with tonight. We've been fanning out with them for the last couple of nights, and again, National Guardsmen will be making themselves much more present, at least visibly, here in Washington tonight.
The White House says the number of National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. is expected to expand this evening as President Trump's federal takeover of the city's police force enters its third day. The White House added that the National Guard overnight presence will expand to 24/7 This after U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, went on Fox to highlight the number of arrests made in D.C. last night.
There were 43 arrests, and we seized 7 handguns, and every night it's something else. But this is a message that we're not going to
7 handguns. Wow. It's not as if people aren't, walking around with rifles and other weapons of war in several other states, but, a couple handguns in the capital is too much. Need the whole National Guard to go reassert control.
tolerate crime.
CNN's Kristen Holmes is at the White House for us right now. Kristen, today President Trump said he's going to ask Congress to extend this federal takeover beyond 30 days.
Yeah, that's right, Jake. I mean, first he actually said that if there's a national emergency, he doesn't have to go through Congress. Now, he and his team both know that would require a lot of legal hurdles, I mean, defining national emergency in this case. Then he quickly said that after 30 days, he does plan on bringing this to Congress. So it appears that this would go much longer than many originally thought, particularly that includes Mayor Muriel Bowser, who seemed to think that there was an end time cap on this, and President Trump himself doesn't seem to think that that is the case. Now, here's what he said about this ramping up of federal law enforcement presence in D.C.
We're going to fight crime. That's a good thing. Already they're saying he's a dictator. The place is going to hell, and we've got to stop it. So instead of saying he's a dictator, they should say we're going to join him and make Washington safe.
Now, and a couple things to note here, Jake. I mean, we heard President Trump also talking about essentially that this was a test period to look at other cities as well, like Chicago, like New York. What does this actually look like in the long term? That's been one of the biggest questions. It should be made clear that the jurisdiction he has to do this does not apply in cities like New York and Chicago. This is all because of home rule.
So, I mean, a lot of the images and videos and stuff we've been seeing, it's just been an obscene amount of soldiers, police, and other law enforcement people that are mostly just standing around, walking around, doing nothing. I mean, these ones are drinking and eating. I know we've done a lot of more left-leaning media videos, but I'm trying to recall some of the Fox coverage.
There are not as many
I don't think they showed
safeguards
anything
around D.C. because it does not have
either,
statehood.
besides just
So how this
people
would actually
standing around
translate nationwide, that remains to be seen.
in
But clearly,
obscene
President
numbers.
Trump and likely some of the White House is viewing this as a model for something they will want to try in the future.
All right, Kristen Holmes at the White House, thanks so much. Here to discuss, CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings, Margaret Hoover of PBS's Firing Line, and former CNN senior political analyst John Avlon. Margaret, let me start with you. So the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, she came off rather subdued on Monday when this announcement was made by President Trump. But there was a tonal shift that many observed last night when she held a community town hall. Take a listen.
We all need to do what we can in our space, in our lane, to protect our city and to protect our autonomy, to protect our home rule, and get to the other side of this guy and make sure we elect a Democratic House so that we have a backstop to this authoritarian push.
Authoritarian push. What do you make of that?
Well, of course she feels that way as the mayor of her city. She believes she has jurisdiction over her city, except for that she sort of doesn't, right? This is why the president has authority to send in the National Guard to her city. Look, she has 2 audiences. She has the audience of her the local leadership in Washington, D.C., but she is also, there's a total shift between that and also between her saying, actually, we'll take all the help we can get because we do want security in the city, and if we have extra resources, how can
I mean, yeah, it's just my take on that is it's kind of like ACAB authoritarian stuff. Like they just want more control. So, but yeah, it's again just showing that the Republican and Democratic officials, whether on the national level or individual levels like cities and stuff like this, tend to have, in my opinion, too similar of views.
deploy these resources in a way that best streamlines in a way that will provide more security for the people of our city. The real question, I think, if you step back, is this concern about the normalization of sending federal troops into U.S. cities. And most Americans, when they see these images, can become desensitized to these images of a president sending troops into American cities. He has authority to do this here. He doesn't have authority to do it in Chicago or in New York. And people, I think, all of us should be concerned about checks and balances.
This lady
and
needs
a
to do
president
something
who
with
is
her mic.
very eager to send federal troops into American cities.
So, John, one of the things that I hear from Democrats is, crime in D.C. is on the downswing. It's the city's doing better. Here's what President Trump had to say about that. Take a listen.
The numbers are worse than they ever are. Don't let anyone tell you they're not. And the whole statistical charts that they made, the whole thing is a rigged deal. They got rid of the guy because he didn't want to do the numbers the way they wanted to, and they put their own numbers out. They said it's the best in 20 years. No, it's the worst in 20 years.
Now, I believe what President Trump was talking about, there was a report in the local NBC in D.C. about a D.C. police commander who was suspended in May of this year after the police union alleged that he was manipulating data to make it appear that violent crime in his area of the city, which I think was like the Adams-Morgan area, had fallen more than it actually had. Democrats often are suspicious of police numbers, but it's interesting because in this instance, they are citing them. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's important we have a fact-based debate.
Right.
And I'm a tough on crime guy, worked for Rudy Giuliani back when he was mayor. But this is something very different, right? First of all, the idea that he's calling out the importance of a number, someone should, have him call the Bureau of Labor Statistics, where he just canned someone for telling the truth. You want to pass tough on crime bill? Pass a tough on crime bill. Give cities more resources to combat crime. But don't just go ahead.
I mean, most cities, the police budget is the vast majority of the entire city's budget. We don't need more policing in America. We need actual supportive institutions and organizations that help people stay housed, stay employed, and help with any drug addictions that they may have.
Ahead and try to normalize using federal troops in U.S. cities, and that's the slippery slope we're on right now.
Well, what about that idea? What about the idea that this is, even if one supports this effort, it's a Band-Aid, right? It's not like hiring 500 additional cops in D.C.
And I think they do have a staffing shortage in the D.C. Police Department. They need to fix that. I don't know what's authoritarian about putting some extra eyes and ears on the street.
Okay, fuck Scott Jennings. He's a Republican. He supported Mitch McConnell and stuff as well for Kentucky races. He has some of the worst takes. It's authoritarian because there's no actual emergency, and he's deploying military troops on domestic soil.
Getting criminals off the street to keep people from being murdered and carjacked. Nobody in their right mind believes Washington, D.C. is safe. And to say the president's trying to help us keep people from getting murdered and carjacked and we have to stop this authoritarian push, I mean, it's just sort of ridiculous rhetoric. These Democrats don't know what to do with themselves. Every time Donald Trump tries to do something, they reflexively feel the need to oppose it without thinking through the political implications for themselves.
You think Democrats are taking the bait?
Well, I think they're acting
better than Republicans who reflexively bend over backwards to defend anything.
Like idiots here. The city is crime-ridden. I saw a guy get murdered in Union Station in February at 4 in the afternoon. I saw the body hit the floor at the bottom of the escalator on the second floor. And so
anecdotal.
Everybody who visits there, everybody who lives there knows it's a serious problem. You have extra eyes and ears. They've arrested criminals. They're getting illegal guns off the street. People feel safer. Tourists feel safer. What is the problem?
Margaret?
I mean, the problem is, look, it's a series. There's you and I both know it's not that Washington and sending National Guard troops into Washington is legally permissible. And it would be completely different if he had sent troops into New York City, for example. And the issue is that he's normalizing this for American eyes and ears and making it seem like, oh, look, there's a crime problem. We'll just send the military. Because there is a slippery slope problem, Scott. You and I both know that. I mean, we come from a conservative pedigree that really respects checks and balances, that respects the military's lane and civil society's and police's lane. And there are ways to secure a city. You and I both know that. Like, we watched Rudy Giuliani turn a city around.
Could do it.
It would be great. I agree. They can't get it right in Chicago. They can't get it right.
Decline in the United States, except for Donald Trump's first term.
It's almost as if more policing isn't solution that will actually get you results. Also, Scott Jennings, she was like, "Oh, we respect checks and balances. We respect blah blah blah." It's very clear Scott Jennings is too busy sucking off Donald Trump to care about anything like the Constitution or checks and balances.
But no, but like the urban policies in many of these cities have been failing. But the answer isn't to send the military in. You send the military in, you think that's normal? We're going to have a lot of problems down the road.
Coming up on the Daily, as Trump.
She's correct. So yeah, moving on to Ukraine now. Ukraine and the upcoming talks with Putin and Russia.
Prepares to meet Putin. What hope do Ukrainians have for an end to the war? Hi everyone, welcome back to the Daily, where the newsroom is gearing up for the historic meeting, the second, in fact, between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. The US president wants peace. The Russian president wants pieces of Ukraine, something the Ukrainian president has already ruled out. But the people there have now seen years of war, catastrophic losses both on and off the battlefield, and they are tired. So what hopes do they have that an end is in sight?
Land is not like an asset that you can exchange. It's a part of your soul, it's a part of your heart, it's a part of your life.
That was Lisa Yasko, an MP from Volodymyr Zelensky's party, and we'll be hearing more from her a little later. But let's start in Kyiv with Peter Dickinson. He's editor of the Ukraine Alert blog and has been a permanent resident of Ukraine for 20 plus years. Peter, in your assessment, what hope is there in Ukraine for a positive outcome to those talks in Alaska?
Well, I think we have to define what we mean by positive outcome. I mean, if you're talking about a ceasefire or significant progress toward peace, I think there's absolutely minimal expectations, almost zero, frankly. From a Ukrainian perspective, a positive outcome would be President Trump coming out of his meeting with a clearer understanding that Putin does not want peace, that Putin is determined to continue with the war, and America must get tougher with him.
So shocking that the person who started the war doesn't want to end the war unless they have achieved what they set out to do.
Must apply more pressure to Putin. That's realistically what Ukrainians would like to see come out of the summit.
Do the Ukrainian people see the giving up of territory as the passage to peace?
Ukraine has said for some time, they've been quite open that they recognize that the areas that are currently occupied by Russia will remain controlled by Russia for the foreseeable future. They're de facto under Russian control for the long term, and Ukraine has recognized it's very unlikely that it would have the military capabilities to free that area. So that's around 20% of the country, and they essentially accept that territorial reality. What they're not prepared to do is actually sign off on the land and officially cede it, redraw the maps and say, okay, this is now Russia. That's something I think that there's very little appetite for in Ukraine. Zelensky couldn't do it even if he wanted to in terms of Ukraine's constitution. There's no appetite publicly for that because people feel that if that were the case, if they handed the land over to Russia and rewarded Russia in that sense, it would be an open invitation for Putin to continue the war further, and it would validate the invasion as well.
We have heard from Donald Trump that if this first meeting in Alaska goes well, then there will be a subsequent meeting between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky. I mean, first things first, do you see that happening?
I'd be surprised, frankly. I mean, of course, anything's possible, but Putin's position with regard to Zelensky and Ukraine as a state, he essentially doesn't want to legitimize Zelensky, and he doesn't want to legitimize Ukraine either. He says that Ukraine is historically Russian land. He's taken back 20% of it. He wants to take more. He's very clear that he doesn't view Ukraine as a legitimate country, and certainly not Zelensky as a legitimate president. This is a very principled position from the Russians, and I don't think it's going to change soon. Long term, maybe, but I think in the short to medium term, Putin will not sit down with Zelensky.
How
Yeah, and so the people who are currently under Russian occupation on Ukrainian land, they were talking about how it's unlikely that that Ukraine can take that land back anytime soon through conflict. But the people there, the people deserve the right to choose who they live under, who like what cultures they or what cultural customs they have, as well as just I mean, so if they start living under Russia, we all know Russia is effectively a dictatorship, the rigged elections and the like. But ideally, these people wouldn't be forced to live under that, that they would be allowed to have their own. I'm blanking on the term. Um, what
Fair is it to say then
not
that Vladimir
manifest
Putin goes into
destiny?
these discussions knowing that he's winning the war?
I think he certainly feels he's winning the
Self-determination.
war. I mean,
That's
if we
the
look
word
at
I'm
the
looking for.
battlefield, his troops are advancing. He has the advantage in terms of the initiative. Is he winning it in a broader sense? Well, I mean, we're 3.5 years into the war now. Russia began this war with a reputation as one of the world's great military superpowers, and yet in that 3.5 years, they've managed to gain just slightly over 10% of Ukraine. They already held 8% when the war began. So it's not a great triumph from Russian arms by any means. I think I wouldn't be surprised if there were certainly voices within the Russian establishment who are saying, okay, look, this is not great for us either, and we'd rather get out of it, frankly.
Do we know, though, how costly it has been for the Ukrainian side? We know that their official figures are not being put out there, but do we have estimates of how painful in terms of losses this has been for Ukraine itself?
Well, most of the unofficial estimates that I see from military sources and analysts put the losses somewhere between 2 and 3 to 1 in proportion to the Russians. So if the Russians have lost, say, 250,000 men, the Ukrainians have lost probably around between 80,000 and 100,000 men. And one thing we can certainly say that the losses have been catastrophic for the Ukrainian side and continue to be so, but they are significantly lower than the Russian losses.
I mean, yeah, they might be lower, but they in general have a lower population. So it should be they should present this in percentage of population, as well as like statistics of elderly, young who wouldn't be able to be conscripted or anything, and then men who are most likely to be conscripted.
Sure, but Peter, with the length of time that this conflict has been going on, the losses which affect every family in Ukraine in some form or another, have you detected on the part of the civilian population any sense of fatigue, any war fatigue?
Oh yes, massively so. I mean, the whole Ukrainian nation is completely exhausted and very traumatized. I can't stress enough how traumatized most people are. So it's really a national mental health crisis, you could say, and there's this huge exhaustion. But having said that, Ukrainians really don't see much option but to continue. You know, as far as Ukrainians are concerned, Putin has been very clear. His goal is to erase Ukraine. In that 20% under Russian control, the Kremlin is systematically eradicating all traces of Ukrainian national identity, culture, history, language, you name it. Everybody's being forced to accept Russian citizenship.
And it should be treated as ethnic cleansing because that's what it is.
And large numbers of people have simply been disappeared into a network of camps. Many of them we fear are already dead. So we're talking about a very, very grave attacks on Ukrainian national identity and on the entire concept of a Ukrainian state. So people are quite determined still, I think, to keep going because they don't see any other way out.
But we have begun to detect some problems when it comes to recruitment and indeed retention.
Initially, at the very beginning of the war, there was a huge surge in recruitment, in volunteers joining the military. But I think since the first winter, that's become more and more of a problem. That was already an issue certainly after the second year. Now in the fourth year of the war, it's becoming a much more acute problem. Ukrainians are trying to find different ways around it. You know, the mobilization age in Ukraine is still 25. So there's a whole category of people between the ages of 18 and 25 who normally in most wars.
Just on that, Peter, sorry to interrupt, but just on that, why doesn't Vladimir Zelensky do what the Americans have been calling for and reduce it to 18?
So I think there would be a large body there who would serve, and there's certainly no lack of willing to defend the country, but there's also no rush to go into what is seen as a meat grinder. I think that realistically, from Zelensky's point of view, he understands that calling up the youth of the country would place a huge burden on Ukraine's future, and
not just their future, but also at the time, the more and more of your youth population that you're pulling from the workforce for domestic products and the like, or the just it's kind of the same as the problem that's facing Japan right now, is that they don't have enough young people to take care of the elderly, and if you keep feeding more and more of your youth into a war machine, you're gonna start to feel it on the domestic front.
Demographically, that's already quite one of the smallest segments of the population. So it would have an outsized impact on on the future of Ukraine. He's sort of got one eye on the future, and also on his political future. It would be hugely unpopular among the parents of those children, essentially, or young adults, if they were to be called up. What they've done instead is they've introduced a new system of rewards and enticements and quite generous payments to try and get that. To get the under 25s to volunteer, and there's been some success there, but it tends to vary from unit to unit, because within the military there are units that have strong reputations for looking after their soldiers, and there are units that have very poor reputations, where the commanders are considered to be Soviet-style commanders who basically just throw their troops into futile attacks and rely on overwhelming the enemy with simply strength in numbers, which is seen as a very Russian approach to war, which nobody's rushing to take part in, of course.
Given those catastrophic losses, the pictures that we see coming in from the east, the way in which Ukrainians are connected to what is happening on the front line, in your mind, is there any point at which they would back away from not just their commitment to continuing to resist the Russians? Of course, they're going to continue to do that, but to continue to see Volodymyr Zelensky as the person to lead that resistance?
Well, I don't think anybody's fighting for Zelensky. I think this is a sort of misconception that a lot of people in the West have. Zelensky is far more popular in the West than he's ever been in Ukraine. The Ukrainian army has a very clear idea of what they're fighting for. They're fighting for their families. They're fighting for their homeland. And they're fighting to defend themselves in the final analysis. Zelensky has been quite effective as a war leader in terms of mobilizing the international community, and he's respected for that. But there's no great love for Zelensky in terms of his role domestically, or in terms of his role as a war leader, I would say.
Thanks, Peter. So let's consider the mood music just a little more and bring in Lisa Yasko, a Ukrainian MP in Zelensky's party. Lisa, great to have you on. Just explain, how are ordinary Ukrainians viewing what will be taking place in Alaska this weekend? Do they have any sort of confidence that this could be the beginning of the end of the conflict?
That's a very hard question, because I think Ukrainians lost hope a long time ago, at least from January this year. Before that, there was a hope that
Yeah, they lost hope when Trump took over the U.S., and we all know he is Putin's lapdog.
the West will do something, Trump will do something, and many Ukrainians lost hope, because there is simply no one in the world that they could rely on helping us to end the war with justice.
Clearly, the people of Ukraine have fought hard and have fought long against Russia. This war cannot be continued by Ukraine in perpetuity. Is there a point at which ordinary Ukrainians would accept giving up territory in order to bring this conflict to an end?
I don't see how Ukrainians can accept the territorial exchanges. I really cannot see that happening, for many reasons, for legal, constitutional reasons, but also for human reasons and emotional reasons. We Ukrainians are very connected to our land, to our soil, and many people gave their lives away in this fight for your land. And land is not like an asset that you can exchange. It's a part of your soul, it's a part of your heart. I don't want to say that generally we are ready for the ceasefire, but of course many more people would want to have.
Yeah, because I mean, ultimately, it's not just land. It's people's homes. It's the towns and cities that they grew up in, that their parents grew up in, that they had friends in, etc.
A ceasefire, and all territorial questions would come after.
Lisa, do you detect that the Ukrainians are beginning to lose patience in Zelensky himself?
I think most of us, including me, I had to learn what patience can be, because just it's not possible to achieve things you want if they're so global and if they are so big, if they're about existential questions like life and death or war and peace. Unfortunately, we cannot solve it only by ourselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the reason Ukraine is in this position is they gave up their nukes, and then they got promises of protection from the U.S. And then, of course, we have both issues with some people wanting to be more isolationist and less interventionist, or at the very least, they have issues with NATO or the EU in general. But yeah, Ukraine probably wouldn't have been attacked if they still had their nukes. And unfortunately, that also makes them more reliant on not just the US, but the rest of the world, especially like the EU.
Do you still
But the EU is also, again, unlikely to directly get involved because then that would just broaden the conflict across Europe. And given the first two world wars, say first two, like I'm expecting a third, which I kind of am, they aren't super jazzed about potentially kicking off a larger conflict in Europe again.
believe that when this war ends, Vladimir Zelensky will be the man who has brought peace back to Ukraine? You do not detect that people are tiring of him, that people are losing faith in his ability to end this conflict?
The problem is that we still have to be united at the moment to work on the solution. After, there'll be up
Running to the
to
bathroom, but
Ukrainian people
listening.
to decide who will be in politics, who will be in parliament, who will be the president. But still, the phase in Zelensky representing the voice of Ukraine is strong.
Lisa, many thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. Okay, just a final thought then from Peter Dickinson from the Ukraine Alert blog. Peter, what is life like in Kyiv, in the capital of Ukraine right now?
Kiev is probably not necessarily representative. I mean, life in Kiev is fairly normal. It's a very big city. We're talking about, probably now wartime population somewhere between 3.5 to 4 million people. So a lot of people have left, but a lot of people have also come from other parts of Ukraine, relocated to Kiev. The big impact that you would notice on a day-to-day basis is the air raids. We have regular air raids, which are getting more and more deadly, with sometimes involving hundreds of drones, dozens of rockets, missiles. That can be very, very, very stressful. They can often last all night long. So it means that people are having sleepless nights. In many cases, they're having to pick up their belongings, maybe their pets, their children, and go down into the basements of buildings or into the metro stations. Like sort of the Blitz in London in the 1940s. I don't want to downplay it, but it's not that dangerous, I would say. I mean, of course, if you're in a building that's hit, it's very, very dangerous. But that is a very limited situation. For most people, it's just an inconvenience. The other major factors would be, I think, that we have a curfew at midnight. So people have to be, you have to start making plans to get home earlier, and around 10. You can't stay out late. You'll see a lot of people around town who are soldiers, military-related people. You see a lot of amputees, a lot of people who've obviously been wounded in the war. That sort of thing really hits home. But broadly speaking, life goes on. Businesses are operating. The cafes and restaurants are full. New venues are opening up still all the time. There is a life beyond the war. There is a cultural life in the city, and a lot of people are very militant about that. They say we must continue some sort of normality because that's what the troops on the front line are fighting for, to a sense. And I've heard that from soldiers as well. They've said, you know what?
There you go.
Don't feel guilty about going out and enjoying your life, because that's that's what we're fighting for. We're not fighting so you
Dog
can
doesn't
hide in
want to say
basements.
hi.
Do you see the Ukrainians as being able to continue in that vein for as long as is necessary? Or is there a finite amount of time in which this country can exist in this state of permanent conflict?
I mean, all humans have their breaking point, and Ukrainians are human. They're no different to
Hi,
anyone else. So, at
Freya.
some point, yeah, we will approach that breaking point. That has to happen inevitably. The Russians, I think, are certainly waiting for that. Putin's goal is really to outlast the West and to wait until Ukraine finally breaks, be that the civilian population or the soldiers on the front line. So, what Russia's doing essentially is just pouring on the pain on the front line with massive, relentless offensives, and then bombing the country. They're making sure that there's nowhere which is safe in Ukraine. So that's also part of the psychological attempt to break the country's will. Question about how long Ukraine can last. It's really comes down to what the alternative is. If they believe that Russia's goal is essentially genocidal, they want to destroy Ukraine as a state and as a nation, there's not a lot of alternative. Your really choice is to fight or flee. So a lot of Ukrainians will be prepared to continue at least trying to make a go of life rather than just giving up, because the alternative is not simply life under Russia. It's an end of Ukraine as they know it. A lot of people aren't prepared to accept that.
Yeah, they're pretty spot on there with Russia is completely capable of outlasting most smaller nations in this type of war, which is why, again, Ukraine is so reliant on help from Western allies, uh, who then again don't want to actually get directly involved, which would be a way to try and end the conflict sooner because they don't want to fight themselves.
Thanks, Peter. And that is your lot for this edition of The Daily. For the very latest on what is happening as regards that peace summit in Alaska, just head to skynews.com. We'll see you again tomorrow.
And this is a bilateral meeting between Trump and Putin. President Trump wants to be there to have a better understanding of how to end the war, according to Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. Do you think he will get that understanding without Zelensky being there? Do you think it's necessary for Zelensky to be there? What do you make of his absence?
Look, I think in this meeting, Trump just wants to take Putin's measure to see where he is now, to see whether he's any closer to being willing. You know, it's possible that Putin wouldn't mind a pause. He can regroup, he can rearm, he can think, I've got 20% of the territory and I'll hold it. I'll come back and I'll get them later. It's possible he's willing to do that. He wants more if he can get it, but his fallback position may not be. But this is what Trump wants to figure out. Once Trump knows that, and particularly if he gets a ceasefire, then he can convene a trilateral meeting, bring in Zelensky, and they can try to work something out. Again, what do I mean by work something out? Zelensky and the Ukrainians do not want to. The most important for them is that they retain their independence, their freedom, their sovereignty. If they lose some land, that's bad, but it's not a mortal wound. Why do I say that? I'm going to give you a little quick history. In 1939, the Soviet Union attacked Finland, tried to take over Finland. Everybody thought, anybody was watching, this won't be hard. Finland's a tiny little country. What can they do? They fought like crazy. And at the end of the day, they retained their independence, but they lost a good 10% of their territory, particularly Karelia, which was an important thing. And they never got it back. In this case, if I'm a Ukrainian, I might think, okay, he's going to hold it, but at some time, Putin's going to die. Putin's going to move on. There's going to be a succession. And it may not be a smooth succession because they don't have that kind of system. There are no obvious successors to Putin. At that time, maybe we get to take our territory back. That could be the case, or it could not be. They could lose part of their territory, but retain their independence. And I do think that's the bottom line if you're a Ukrainian, because you don't want to be ruled by Russia. And you don't want to be ruled by Putin, who's been putting Stalin monuments up around the country. And you know that in the 1930s, Stalin made a famine in Ukraine to punish Ukrainian farmers who were against being collectivized under socialism, and killed something like 3 million Ukrainians. By the way, there's one other thing I just want to point out to you because I think it's fun. They're meeting in Alaska. What did Alaska used to be? A Russian colony. In the 19th century, it was Russian, and the U.S. bought Alaska from the Russians. Now, ultra-Russian nationalists say, just like they say, Ukraine is really ours. It's part of Russia. You know what else they say? Alaska is really ours. America shouldn't have it. We didn't sell it to them. Maybe we leased it to them for a while. We should get it back, and they would if they could. And I just, one more, the Russian imperialists came all the way through Alaska and all the way down to Northern California. In fact, they had a fort 90 miles or so north of San Francisco. If you go
I think I mentioned this before, but one of the channels I like to watch on YouTube is called Ancient Americas, where they cover societies and cultures and other things of the Americas pre-colonization. But they have I believe it was the one on the Pacific Northwest and some of the peoples up here in Seattle and Vancouver area, and there was a description of some of their first contacts with white men, which were, I believe, Russian.
visit it, it's interesting. It's called Fort Russ, but that's really from Fort Rus. Rus. Like
What do you make of that?
Well, I'm going to go
Russian. Brian, kill me.
there, and I'm representing a lot of people, and especially people that are being killed unnecessarily, like 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week. They're not Americans, but their lives, their souls. And if I can stop something, I've stopped 6 wars this year. Yeah, this was going to be one of my easy ones, but it never works out that way.
pet peeve with Trump. I mean, there's already so much to hate about him, but he loves to present himself as like this caring person, but he very much does not care if like you're black or brown, you oppose him politically, you are not from a nation that would benefit him in any way. It's disgusting.
Turns out to be probably the most difficult. I stopped one that was raging for 35 years, one that was raging in the Congo with Rwanda, you know that, for 31 years.
I believe there's still, though, Rwandan militias in the Congo, so he didn't really solve the problem.
And this one is raging for 3.5 years, and I'm not happy about it. It's ridiculous, and we're going to get it stopped. We're going to get it stopped. I inherited this from Joe Biden, but we're going to get it stopped.
So Vladimir Putin just spoke, and I have the readout, if I could share it with you. He's just said the American administration, which, as everyone knows, is making, in my opinion, quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are in the interest of all parties involved in this conflict in order to create long-term conditions of peace between our countries and in Europe and in the world as a whole. If we reach agreements in the area of control over strategic offensive weapons at the next stage, and then it's cut off. So he seems to be in the right mindset going in. How will you know if he's in the mindset for a ceasefire and a long-term end to the conflict?
Well, I think you'll know that in the first couple of minutes, but I think you already know that because he's coming to Alaska. He's coming to the USA, and I think you know that. I think that's a nice statement. I just heard it. You gave me a little breaking news. I appreciate it. But I think he wants to get it done. I really feel he wanted the whole thing. I think if it weren't me, if it was somebody else, he would be not talking to anybody. He wasn't talking. You know, when I was previous to being elected, unfortunately, the 2020 election where we did so well, it was very unfortunate, the result. But what happened is when I came in, I realized, I said, this is a man that really wants the whole thing. And I think he does want the whole thing, and I think he has wanted the whole thing. But because of
Wow, how's perceptive
because
there,
of
Trump?
a certain relationship that he has with me running this country, he really, I believe now, he's convinced that he's going to make a deal. He's going to make a deal. I think he's going to, and we're going to find out. I'm going to know very quickly. We're going to go into the meeting. We're going to see him. We're going to. I won't do what Bush did, look him in the eye. I'm not going to do that. I'll look him right in the eye, but I feel a little bit differently than Bush. It didn't work out too well for Bush. Remember this, Brian. Under Bush, they lost a lot of land. Under Obama, they lost a lot of land, Crimea. Under Biden, they would have lost the whole thing if he had won the president. They would have lost the entire Ukraine. And had the war started and raging. It would have never.
Hasn't Trump already come out saying that he's looking for land swaps and trades in this deal? I mean, why is he going on about other presidents losing land when he has already stated that he's planning on effectively giving away Ukrainian land to try and get a peace deal, which would make sense given both Russia's more recent offensives in Ukraine right before this meeting just a couple days ago. And also just, the fact that we're in a state where, unfortunately, barring any major changes, Ukraine is looking at many more, probably years of conflict or losing territory.
Never started if I was president, not even a chance. And it didn't for 4 years. You know that. Nobody ever even talked about it. But under Trump, you know what? They got nothing. They got nothing. Except javelins hitting their tanks. And lots of other things. And remember this, I was the one that stopped Nord Stream 2. You know, they always like to say, oh, Trump won Putin. Oh, Trump is working for Putin. You know, these crooked people, which they just found out now is all, they should be prosecuted. They're so disgraceful. But they made up stories. As Putin knows, I'm the toughest one that he's ever had to deal with. He's never had to deal with anybody like me. And here's the other thing, Brian. They got nothing out of Trump. They got no land. They didn't do a Bush. They didn't do an Obama. And they didn't do a Biden.
So the way I understand it, Mr. President, it's hard to find out exactly what's going on in Russia. That should, by the way, they're made up. Even the people of Russia don't know what's going on. It looks like 45% of their economy is military oriented. Their factories are so depleted. They're having North Koreans work the factories and do their fighting. Do you believe that by saying shrinking down from 50 to 10 days and just a handful of days was
I don't know what Trump is talking about with Nord Stream 2. I don't it most of the events around it happened in 2021, or was going to be completed in 2021, and then most of the other events around it, with uh, it being sanctioned and opposed to be used by states in the EU. And then the also the sabotage that blew up a couple of the lines of the pipeline was also in 2022. So not when Trump was president at all. I don't get what he's talking about at all here. As far as I can tell, he's just bullshitting, which makes sense.
that threat is the reason why Steve Witkoff heard from them that they wanted to meet? Do you think that's the reason we're having this meeting in Alaska? Because you were about to put on sanctions?
I think everything has an impact. When I told India, and which essentially took them out of buying oil from Russia, that we're going to charge you because you're dealing with Russia on oil purchases. India was the second largest and getting pretty close to China. China's the largest. And as you know, there was something in the works for that. And then they called and they wanted to meet. We're going to see what the meeting means. But certainly when you lose your second largest customer and you're probably going to lose your first largest customer, I think that probably has a role. I think he respects our country now. He didn't respect it under Biden. He respected nobody.
I get so tired of this rhetoric. But also, like, Trump back with Zelensky in the meeting in the White House and stuff, he was such a he was undermining Ukraine's position so much. He was definitely kowtowing to Putin. And now that he's finally done some sanctions, he wants credit. And I just find it ridiculous.
He respected us under Biden, but he respects our country now.
Right.
And we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a country, the market's raging. Look at the reports coming out. Everybody's moving back to the United States, car companies, AI companies. Everybody's moving back. They're all starting their factories now. We've never had anything like this. It is truly the golden age of America, but he respects our country now. He did not respect our country with Biden. Who did?
Right. I know you're a big athlete. You not only watch sports, you play sports. You always have to try to pre-think what's going to happen. You have to picture how it's going to happen so you know how you act. So the one thing that some people have said is the incentive that could get his attention is economic incentives. Are you walking in that room with economic incentives for Russia in order to stop the fighting?
Well, I'd rather not say because I don't want to play my hand in public, but whatever my hand is, economic incentives and disincentives maybe are more important in a way, but incentives economically. You know, Russia's got a tremendous potential. They have the largest piece of land by far.
Right.
It's massive. It's got great wealth on it.
But all they do is oil. All they do is oil and gas.
Isn't Canada the largest
They
nation
can't
in the
even
world?
farm.
But that's okay. Oil and gas is a very profitable business. You know, that's better than I make shirts, T-shirts. You know, oil and gas. If you say that's all they do, if you're going to have one business that's good, that's the business to have, and they have it.
Got it.
So you know they have a lot of advantages going over most countries because of the fact they have oil and gas at massive numbers like we do, and economic sanctions are very powerful, and economic incentives are very powerful, both.
Mark Thiessen, who I know you respect from the Washington Post, writes this.
I do. He's great.
Vladimir Putin's goal is to buy more time. To avoid that trap, all President Trump has to do is hold firm to his stated position that both sides need to agree on a ceasefire now. He will push for a partial or sectional ceasefire. That would be worse than no ceasefire because it would give Russia a military advantage. Your thoughts on his conclusions?
Well, he's a very talented person, and I think he's a real, journalist. You want to give you the highest I want to give him the highest accolades. I have a lot of respect for him, Mark. I read him. I'll talk to him every once in a while, and he has some good thoughts. And so, I don't know that we're going to get an immediate ceasefire, but I think it's going to come. See, I'm more interested in immediate peace deal, getting peace fast. And depending on what happens with my meeting, I'm going to be calling up President Zelensky, and let's get him over to wherever we're going to meet. I don't know where we're going to have the second meeting, but we have an idea of 3 different locations. And we'll be, including the possibility, because it would be by far the easiest, of staying in Alaska. We have big flights and he has the same thing. We have a lot of planes going when the head of Russia, the head of the United States, et cetera, go.
So, Mr. President, did you tell Zelensky to be ready? Did you tell him to be ready to come should you start making legitimate progress?
I don't want to talk about a second meeting even to him. I don't want to even indicate there might be a second meeting. Maybe there will, maybe there won't. So I don't want to talk that. It's not.
Okay.
It's not important enough. But it would be certainly convenient if we had a very good meeting, because I'm going to let them negotiate their deal. I'm not going to negotiate the deal. I'm going to let them negotiate their deal. So we're going to be calling President Zelensky if it's a good meeting. If it's a bad meeting, I'm not calling anybody. I'm going home. I'll call you. I'll do Fox and Friends some morning, and we'll have a lot of fun. But if it's a good meeting, I'm going to call President Zelensky and the European leaders, who, as you know, I have a very good relationship with. They agreed to pay 5%, and nobody thought they'd even pay 2%. They were paying 2%, but they weren't paying it, a lot of them. So, and they're paying 5%. They're very unified. I've never seen anything like it. Nobody can believe what we did. I saved NATO. I saved it the first time and made it very rich the second time. So it's it's quite an achievement, I think.
Yeah, I know you were on with him for about an hour yesterday, but just on what you were saying, the way I understand it, Caroline Levitt had joined Fox and Friends today, and she said the format is, if I got it right, is you're going to meet, and there's going to be a press conference after. Will you be shoulder to shoulder with Vladimir Putin again? Last time was Helsinki.
We haven't. I thought we had a great press conference last time. It was the fake news tried to make it bad, in particular MSDNC. They tried to make it bad. These are very dishonest people, but it was a great news conference. It was rated phenomenal, and then about 2, 3, 4 hours later, they came up with this stupid scheme about me and Russia, and what did we say at the meeting, and, where do we get the tapes, the old story. But, no, I thought we had a great meeting. And don't forget, we're under a lot of pressure because we had the Russia hoax going on. So I told him, I said, it's going to be very hard. And he told me, too. He understood. I said, it's going to be very hard for us to make an economic development deal of any kind, because I have the Russia hoax going on. And anything I do with Russia,
that was 2017.
Say, I'm owned by Putin, which is not even close.
So, Mr. President, you were going to have a press conference today after the meeting, correct?
I'm going to have a press conference. I don't know if it's going to be a joint. We haven't even discussed it. I think it might be nice to have a joint and then separates.
Yeah, he had to repeat the question because Trump just rambled about stuff that was happening in his first term.
So something like that will happen. Or if the meeting doesn't end well, I'll just have a press conference and head out. I'll head back to Washington.
So yeah, if it's not positive, you might head back. Is there any situation?
No, and positive, I will head back.
Oh, I know that. No. I mean, you'll just head right back. You won't have the press conference. I know you're coming back, but
no, I would say I'll have a press conference in either event. If it's a negative, I'll have a press conference to say that the war is going to go on, and these people are horribly going to continue to shoot each other and kill each other, and I think it's a disgrace. And I'll head back to Washington, or I'll have a press conference.
It would be nice if you pressure on Russia other than just tariffs on people buying Russian oil and the like. I didn't like how or economically. Pressure,
but that's positive. In doing 6 wars, 6 wars, think of it, and I obliterated, and now the term obliterated can be used because the Atomic Energy Commission, everybody said, total obliteration. These pilots did a phenomenal job. CNN and their fake reporter tried to, who's just a scammer, CNN tried to say that, well, maybe the hit wasn't quite as good.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't obliteration. maybe, anything to hurt people, anything to demean. And in this case, they were demeaning the incredible people that flew in an airplane for 36 hours back and forth. And
Is he
did
talking
one of
about the
most
Iran
perfect attacks
strikes
in the
now?
history of our country. No, it was a total obliteration.
And of course, that him's talking about Iran. We had a great conversation with President Trump. It went about 40 minutes. You just heard about 17. When we come back, among the things we'll talk about is what would failure be like? How is there any scenario where this meeting in Alaska would be a failure?
So let's talk about, there's so much going on. And my last question to this real quick, is there any scenario where Donald Trump will look at this meeting in Alaska and say, this was not worth it, I failed?
Yeah, 25%.
And you would say that if he just says, "Hey, I'm going to stay with my
all the time and energy and went over there and we didn't come out with in a short period of time, not from this meeting. This meeting sets up the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be very, very important because that's going to be a meeting where they make a deal, and I don't want to use the word divvy things up, but to a certain extent, it's not a bad term, okay? But there will be a give and take as to boundaries, lands, et cetera, et cetera. The second meeting is going to be very, very important. This meeting sets up, it's like a chess game. This meeting sets up the second meeting. But there is a 25% chance that this meeting will not be a successful meeting, in which case I will run the country, and we have made America great again already in 6
I think the fact that he's admitting there's a chance of it going poorly or whatever means it's almost definitely going to go poorly.
months.
And you'll hit them with consequences, right? You'll hit them with more sanctions. The Senate sanctions go front and center if he disrespect. Yeah.
Oh, sure. If it's not solved, look, again, we didn't lose any soldiers. We didn't lose anybody. But this was a war. If I didn't get in here, this could have been World War III, I'm telling you. Biden had no idea. He had no clue what was happening. This was getting so bad. And at a minimum, I've calmed it way down.
So
I think you'd agree with that. Way, way down. But they're still losing thousands of soldiers a week. And we have to get that taken care of.
So in Washington, D.C., you did something substantial, and that is put the National Guard in, federalized troops, got rid of the sanctuary city status, and for 30 days, you're trying to bring some semblance of order, extreme order to Washington, D.C. I want you to hear
They're
what
confusing
the mayor
order
said
and control
about what you're doing. This is Mayor Muriel Bowser, and here's what she said, cut to.
We all need to do what we can in our space, in our lane, to protect our city and to protect our autonomy and get to the other side of this guy. Make sure we elect a Democratic House so that we have a backstop to this authoritarian push.
She's not welcoming the additional law enforcement.
Well, she actually is, but she doesn't want to say it, okay? Because crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control, worse than ever. And as you know, they fired or something happened to the person that does the stats because they wanted him in this case, I think.
We've covered, I think, all this. It's basically over. I don't think they're going to talk about anything else. We'll move on to the next.
More now on
BBC.
Ukraine, and let's take a look at what's at stake in that meeting on Friday between Presidents Putin and Trump in Alaska. As we've been hearing from the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, he's been reiterating that international borders mustn't be changed by force. Our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams has more on the territory being fought over in Ukraine.
The Alaska summit, Donald Trump's first face-to-face meeting with Vladimir Putin for 6 years, is a big moment, but it's also one fraught with risk. Let's look at who controls what in Ukraine and what might be at stake in any peace agreement. We need to go back to 2014 to see Vladimir Putin's first move, the occupation and annexation of Crimea. That was followed by a Moscow-backed separatist movement in the area known as the Donbass, specifically the two regions or oblasts known as Donetsk and Luhansk. A war simmered there for 8 years. But in February 2022, Putin launched his full-scale invasion. Russian troops reached the outskirts of Kiev and seized huge swathes of the south, including big chunks of two more oblasts, Zaporizhia and Kherson. The war has ebbed and flowed ever since. Russia now controls around 20% of Ukraine. In the east, Russian forces are advancing, but very slowly and at great cost. President Zelensky says that what's needed now is an unconditional ceasefire. But in the run-up to his Alaska summit with Putin, President Trump has started talking instead about territorial swaps, causing shockwaves in Kyiv and across Europe. But what could these swaps mean, given that all the territory in question legally belongs to Ukraine? Let's look at the Donbass. Some reports suggest that Mr. Putin is demanding that Ukraine hand over the remaining territory it controls in both oblasts. But that would mean Kyiv giving up on places which tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers have died trying to protect. For Kyiv, such a concession would represent a bitter pill. Ukraine's leader, President Zelensky, says Ukraine will not leave the Donbass. What about Zaporizhia and Kherson? Here, it's reported Russia is offering to halt its offensive and freeze the lines. But would Moscow be prepared to give any of it back? It seems unlikely. This is all part of Vladimir Putin's strategically vital land bridge connecting Russia to occupied Crimea. Putin regards all these places as part of Russia. For Ukraine and Europe, territorial swaps at this very early stage are a non-starter. A discussion about future borders may eventually come, but only when the war has stopped and Ukraine's future security has been guaranteed.
And earlier I spoke to Dan Saba, who is Defence and Security Editor at The Guardian and currently in Kyiv. I asked him how the front lines had evolved in this war.
What we saw, of course, is initially a surprise Russian invasion and unprovoked Russian invasion in February 22 that nearly threatened to envelop Kyiv. And the Ukrainians then threw that off quite quickly in the spring of 22 and pushed the Russians back. And on the face of it, you had a relatively static conflict since the beginning of 2023. It's become clear that the Ukrainians can't push the Russians out, and the Russians controlling something like 18%, maybe a little bit more of Ukrainian territory. But that doesn't mean there hasn't been a little bit of ebb and flow, and there has been some movement on the front line. And it was this time a year ago that Ukraine tried to attack into Russia, but the Russians are now pushed in the Kursk area, but the Russians have now successfully pushed that back and squeezed them out. And now we're beginning to see an intensification of Russian pressure, Russian advances on the in the east, in the hottest part of the front, in around Donetsk Oblast, the territory actually that Vladimir Putin most badly wants. I mean, he wants all of Ukraine in many ways, but this is the area he most badly wants. And unfortunately, from Ukraine's perspective, and fortunately from Vladimir Putin's, we've seen in the last few days, over the weekend really, the piercing of the front line in a couple of places, these Russian saboteur groups advancing about 10 kilometers over the weekend near an important road junction, a small town called Dobropilia, but nevertheless an important area because it sort of begins to suggest that Russia might be able eventually, slowly, to encircle the big towns in Donbass like Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, the last place, the places, as I say, that Putin really wants, and the central fortress belt that protects the fortress belt in the eastern Donbass that protects central Ukraine.
Do you think, Dan, that it's no coincidence that those very recent advances that you've been talking about just now, so advances since the Alaska summit was announced, have happened? Has there been a concerted effort on both sides to try to make advances in the event of a ceasefire or whatever might come from these talks?
Well, there's absolutely a political element to this, and what Russia wants to show, and Vladimir Zelensky said this actually on Tuesday at a briefing for journalists that I was at, and Zelensky said, look, these are political manoeuvres, and it's designed for the benefit of the US audience, and what the Russians are trying to say is, hey, we're winning this war, albeit slowly, and the message to the US is, look, don't throw don't throw good money after bad. Ukraine is slowly losing. Any arms you sell, anything you do to help Ukraine is a waste of time. We're going to win this war any which way, and that may also make Putin perhaps a little bit more confident in his negotiating position in Alaska. I don't think he's going to be in a mood to compromise very much. I mean, he hasn't been in a mood to compromise at any point in the last 3 years. But I think Donald Trump will be doing very well to get any further concessions out of Putin, because it's these kind of little tactical successes on, on the front that just make Russia keep thinking we can grind our way to a victory there. And of course, from Ukraine's point of view, this is part of the front line that they should be defending as hard and well as they can. It's difficult. They're outnumbered, in personnel terms, and they're doing their best. But even so, it is unfortunate and surprising that the front line was pierced in this way.
Yeah, I think it is very unfortunate that Russia historically has wanted or has been the nation that can just keep throwing soldiers, keep just elongating military conflicts until they can win just by either the amount of resources they have or the manpower that they have. And for a bit of more explanation on this, so yeah, Crimea is wanted by Russia because it provides them with access to the Black Sea, which then of course can lead out to Mediterranean and the rest of the world. So it gives them ports that, unlike a lot of their northern ports, don't get frozen over in the winter. We'll see what climate change also does with those. And then this territory or whatever, yeah, as I mentioned, is the land bridge, which is essentially just territory controlled by Russia so they can get to Crimea by land and not just by sea.
Regards all.
Let's see.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World.
So we're not watching this whole thing. It's a long one. I think I wanted to mostly cover the Gaza section, which we're about to go into together. This is Pod Save the World. Again, super liberal. They worked for the Obama administration, but they're knowledgeable. And I believe this specific channel is focused on foreign affairs and the like, mostly. And the guest is Yalda Hakim. She works for Sky News. We watched a video of theirs recently. She's, I believe, Afghani and is in general knowledgeable about the Middle East and specifically U.S. conflict in the Middle East.
Meeting last week, the Israeli government ordered the military to begin to prepare to invade and take control of Gaza City. This followed an interview that Netanyahu did, not with Yalda on Sky News, but with Safer Space Fox News, where Netanyahu said that Israel intended to take over all of Gaza, at least temporarily, in order to establish a, quote, security perimeter and then, quote, hand it over to Arab forces, without any kind of detail about what that looks like. On Sunday, Netanyahu said that the offensive would begin fairly quickly and singled out two remaining Hamas, quote, strongholds that will be targeted. And should be noted that it's not as if Hamas is really, mounting huge military operations in these places. Gaza City, as well as some of the central refugee camps in the Gaza Strip that currently shelter more than 500,000 displaced people. Now, right now, the Israeli military estimates it controls around 75% of the Gaza Strip. But the Israeli military leadership, it should be noted, including also a lot of former leaders of the IDF, and including Netanyahu's handpicked military chief of staff, have both privately and publicly expressed criticism or skepticism about this takeover plan, which seems intended to prolong the war, appease Netanyahu's kind of far-right coalition.
And it's
in Israel, thousands of protesters turned out over the weekend
definition.
to oppose the occupation plan, including families of both living and dead hostages. Meanwhile, the starvation of people in Gaza continues unabated. And late Sunday, a well-known Al Jazeera journalist, Anas al-Sharif, who's covered this war from the beginning, was killed in a targeted strike along with a number of his colleagues in a journalist tent city in Gaza City. Now, the Israelis have claimed that al-Sharif was a Hamas operative, but I want to note that they basically call everybody that they don't like, and frankly seem to draw no distinction between Hamas and civilians in general.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the Committee to Protect Journalists had been on the record calling for the protection of al-Sharif before that strike. And I should note, it's kind of chilling that some of the few journalists who've been able to show us anything in Gaza are killed right before this invasion of Gaza City takes place.
Yeah, I'm fairly convinced it was not a coincidence that they've already killed nearly 200 journalists over the course of the past, not even of 2 full years yet. But yeah, them striking and killing even the last of the more prominent journalists in Gaza right before also claiming that they're going to be assuming full control of the strip and amid their starvation campaign is concerning.
So kind of getting rid of the people who could bear witness. Y'all, whenever it seems like things can't get worse in Gaza, they do. And now we see this takeover plan. We see this targeting the Al Jazeera crew, and we have kind of no sense of an end in sight. What is your sense of what is your reaction to Netanyahu's announcement and where things are going?
Yeah, Ben, I first want to acknowledge, the killing of these 6 Al Jazeera journalists, because they have become part of, 186 or so journalists who have been killed in the last 21 months or so, and that's according to the CPJ. And they are our eyes and ears on the ground because, as you know, journalists haven't been allowed to go into Gaza unless it's on some kind of IDF embed. And frankly, that in itself should cause outcry and outrage globally. There hasn't been any conflict where journalists, no matter how dangerous the situation has been, whether that's been Iraq or Afghanistan or Ukraine or, any other kind of conflict where journalists are locked out and told, frankly, just in the last few weeks, a Sky team were flying over doing as part of the airdrops, Jordanian airdrops, and they were told, explicitly that they are not to film any aerial shots of Gaza because you then get a full sense of the scale of the destruction. And so when you look at this, complete, strip that has been completely flattened, and the humanitarian zones and the safe zones are
quite literally looks like an apocalypse.
No longer safe, where journalists are saying we are here and they get accused of being journalists, and those very spaces get bombed, and we get told, well, they're either Hamas or we will do an investigation, and we never hear about any of the investigations that, what they actually amount to.
Yeah, I believe the current reasoning for the journalists they killed this week was that they were at the head of a Hamas terror cell, but the only evidence they put forth is that, I believe it was back in 2019, he had received like a payment of $200 from supposedly a Hamas source, which is ridiculous. Like, how is one payment 6 years ago meant to indicate that they're the head of a terrorist cell?
So
they refuse to elaborate on anything else.
Last 21 months or so, since October 7 has been incredibly painful for Israel. Firstly, a traumatized nation off the back of October 7. They still have 20 or so hostages, trapped in the tunnels of Gaza, and 60,000 plus people killed in the course of the last 21, 22 months. And we as an international community have just watched this horror show unfold. Someone once said to me, the war in Ukraine had a much bigger economic impact globally, but we didn't see thousands of people on the streets. This is very early on in the conflict. But, the conflict in the Middle East between the Palestinians and Israel has a greater social impact. And therefore, right from the outset, we see people knowing where this is going to lead to.
Yeah.
And frankly, without a plan,
it wasn't hard to predict what Gaza was going to turn into when, from October 7th, October 8th, there were members of Israelis, Knesset, as well as, the IDF and parts of Netanyahu's own administration calling Palestinians human animals, calling to slaughter them all, and to
strategy when you've got, IDF chiefs saying, we don't know what the plan is. What are we doing here? What is the actual plan to take over Gaza? And they're saying, well, we'll move civilians by October, and then we'll start our ground operations. Hostage families coming out onto the streets, horrified about the fact that not only have these hostages not been rescued, but more soldiers are going to get sent in. And so the death toll is going to continue to rise from the soldiers as well as Palestinian civilians, because it feels like nowhere is safe. And I've continued to speak every day. We're committed to the Gaza story on my program. Every single night, we will speak to someone in Gaza or speak to an NHS doctor who is either there or has returned from there. And they talk to us about frankly, the fact that the hospital system has been completely destroyed, and there's sort of one or two hospitals that function where they, operate on small children without any anesthesia.
To also point out, parts of the definition of genocide are destroying infrastructure and creating an environment that will lead to death, disease, etc. And obviously targeting a hospital, medical workers, etc. is a war crime, which they have done many, many times over the past 2 years.
We've heard all these horror stories, over the course of the last several months. And then, of course, the starvation, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, how they have been, criticized by former Israeli prime ministers like Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert, who Ehud Olmert described it as Gaza as a concentration camp and said there are war crimes taking place there right now. So the question is, how does Israel hold itself accountable? Because to me, it feels like it's not just the issue of Gaza, but how do they recover from this at the end of this? Right now, there doesn't feel like there's an end in sight. But as a society, how do they reconcile with the fact that this is going on their doorstep? Where children are being starved and, innocent civilians continue to be killed, and including journalists. And the justification is we need to continue to go after Hamas.
Journalists,
I find it sort of extraordinary that where does this leave Israel's institutions, the institutions that were created, off the back of the Holocaust and the creation of Israel as a state in 1948, and the declaration of independence and their formation as a state off the back of the Geneva Conventions as well, and their everything that Israel as a democracy stood for. Will they be able to, and will their systems and their all of their different institutions hold those who have been responsible for the things that have taken place in Gaza responsible and accountable? And right now, for Benjamin Netanyahu, it is all about survival. It doesn't, when you speak to Israelis, and I speak to, people from the security establishment, the defense establishment, their firm belief is that for him, it's about the next election. When the Knesset comes back from recess, and whether they call for another election, he wants to ensure that he keeps his base happy, he keeps the far right leaders happy, to the detriment of Israel as a state. And, the Palestinians will continue to suffer as they are.
Yeah, I think that the main tragedy is what is happening to the Palestinian people in Gaza. I think this point about what it does to a society to perpetrate systematic war crimes is like an underappreciated or under-discussed point. And look, I will tell you as an American, the war on terror was not healthy for our society. And frankly, it even for all the excesses of the war on terror, Gaza is in even a different category in terms of the kind of systematic targeting of civilians. But look, I don't think we end up with Donald Trump without a war on terror. Like with the normalization of kind of the securitization of life in this country, the kind of normalization of violence, the kind of jingoism, the demagoguing of
and the biggest bigotry and stuff it fosters against Arab people or just brown people in general, anyone from the Middle East, as well as Muslims.
brown people, in this case, people in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah.
Like there was something intangible that shifted, in the United States that to me led from the war on terror to Trump. And I don't know what kind of country Israel is on the back end of this. And to
a fascist, ethno-nationalist, extremist state.
your point about holding itself accountable, it clearly cannot do that right now. And so I wanted to ask you about Europe. I mean, look, we say every week that the U.S., should, if we were in charge, which we're not, I think the U.S. should not be providing any military assistance. It should be imposing leverage on Israel to stop this. I think if the U.S. did that, Israel would have no choice but to stop this. But Europe has more leverage, I think, than people understand. Europe is the largest source of investment into Israel. Europe is negotiating still a trade agreement with Israel. Europe could impose its own sanctions on Israel. And thus far, we've seen kind of this patchwork of different responses as public opinion in Europe and other places has gotten more outraged over what's happening in Gaza. On Sunday, the New York Times reported the, quote, frantic and at times uncoordinated push for peace amongst European allies. Once they realized that the U.S. is not going to rein in Netanyahu, even Germany, which has traditionally been Israel's closest ally in Europe for obvious reasons, even Germany imposed a partial weapons embargo on Israel. But most of the action is focused on recognition of a Palestinian state. On Monday, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, joined the leaders of France and Britain and Canada in saying he would recognize a Palestinian state in September at the UN General Assembly. We've seen foreign ministers.
It's a bit feckless, a bit limp-dicked, for lack of a better word.
Put out joint statements. But none of these things, I mean, the recognition, I understand the push for recognition, and I support it. You need to give people a horizon of hope. You need to kind of prevent the erasure of Palestine as an idea. So it's not that that's not good and important. It is, but
also it's something that should have been done. All these Western nations have been purporting to support a two-state solution, yet they have not recognized the Palestinian state until right now, when half of it is experiencing a genocide, is morally bankrupt, in my opinion.
Kind of doesn't really pressure Israel to stop the war now. I want to play one clip for you, Yalda. I recently was in Europe and talked to Kati Piri, who she serves in the Dutch House of Representatives for the Labour Party. She's also the Labour Party spokesperson on foreign affairs. Here's what she told me about how Europe should be responding to what's happening in Gaza. Is there a disconnect between, in your sense, European public opinion and European policy on Gaza? Is there more that could be done to try to bring about an end to what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely. And not only in Europe, I also see the same thing happening in the US. I think if you would put it to a vote, just this issue, to citizens in the Netherlands and in many other European countries, citizens from any country, honestly, whether you vote for the left wing or for the right wing, want sanctions to happen. And this is where I have a problem. I've been working in the EU for 14 years, 7 years as a member of the European Parliament, and you see our moral authority evaporating. Yeah. We have a complete self-irrelevance by not imposing any sanctions on Israel by what it's doing in Gaza. And I think this is where people are asking for leadership, and there is no leadership.
It's baffling because it seems so obvious. If you're gonna allow a genocide to happen, of course your moral authority is gonna disappear.
Not in Europe, not in the US. When it comes to stopping ethnic cleansing, when it comes to stopping a genocide happening, that we are getting it through our phones on a daily basis, and this is, I think, infuriating a lot of people.
So, I mean, you hear her frustration. It's pretty powerful to hear a mainstream politician call out European leaders that candidly. What do you make of that view, Yalda? I mean, what is it? Do you sense a disconnect between kind of public opinion in Europe and the kind of actions that European leaders are taking? And what do you think of Kati's point that kind of Europe is in some ways making itself irrelevant by not having kind of more of an independent strategy to try to end the war?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we see how nervously European leaders have been moving ahead, whether it was putting sort of very small arms embargo by Britain. I remember challenging David Lammy on this and saying, on the one hand, you think you're doing something, but on the other hand, there's still a huge chunk of parts and other sort of weapons that you'll continue to send to Israel. And while it's great, as you say, Palestinian statehood is the aspiration for the Palestinian people, for them to be able to, have a sovereign state that is theirs, that is their right. But does it alleviate the pain and the suffering today? The fact that the European leaders in the E3, Britain and Germany and France, haven't been able to come up with a coordinated plan to pressure Israel, and they're all doing their own things. So the Germans are saying arms embargo, the French are saying we're going to rush off and have a conference about statehood, and then Britain threatens it as well. And it makes no difference. In response, Benjamin Netanyahu says, I'm going to take over all of Gaza now.
Yeah.
And frankly, that is his answer. And when
because it's an incredibly weak position, weak demand, weak threat. And just the haphazardness of it, the lack of a unified front doesn't help it at all.
Whenever you sort of criticize the Israeli government the way the Europeans have, he's very blatantly said to allies, that you are parroting Hamas's narrative. You are supporting Hamas by telling us to stop, whether that's, in major international aid organizations saying that there is starvation and famine in Gaza multiple times. It isn't just in this period. You'll recall like 6 months ago when they had the other blockade, the likes of Cindy McCain, the head of WFP, screaming from the rooftops saying there is famine and we need to be able to give access to the women and children, the vulnerable, to aid, and we aren't being allowed. Our trucks are just sitting on the borders. So we've seen this multiple times over the course of the last 20 months. And for the leaders in Europe to come out and say, well, our public find this revolting and, we condemn Israel's actions and we want them to stop. Statements of condemnation are not going to cut it. Promises of statehood is not going to cut it. There is a population right now that is being bombed and starved and suffering, and 60,000 plus people have been killed over the course of the last 20 months. And all of the European leaders, all they can say is have random plans rather than one coherent. And as you say, it's we heard there this idea that they're basically driving themselves to irrelevance. Israel isn't taking them seriously. It leads the United States to see that the Europeans aren't serious. And
Europe has kind of been on the down swing since World War II, when the U.S. was so important to rebuilding up, like France, for example, as well as Germany obviously got split in two for a while, and now effectively they all are at least protectorates, if not vassal states. They are effectively just an extension of American empire, but it's they like to still act as though they have the sway on the world that they once did, post-colonization and industrialization, but it's just not true anymore, and the incompetence isn't helping them either.
And sort of dismissing any kind of plan. I mean, Trump was with Keir Starmer in Scotland, and as soon as he left, Keir Starmer said that this is what we're going to do. We're going to recognize Palestinian statehood. And in response, Trump was like, we didn't even talk about it. He didn't even raise that with me. That is how irrelevant these conversations, and they diminish the idea of statehood for the Palestinians by jumping to that as the first thing that they want to achieve, rather than saying, right now, it needs to stop and end. What is happening to the Palestinian people needs to end today. And frankly, mounting pressure on the Trump administration. And in many ways, I think, if they seriously went to Donald Trump and said, these are the things that need to happen, I weirdly think that Donald Trump would sort of respect that more than these kind of this weird approach that they're taking. Because, frankly, I remember having a conversation with Antony Blinken about this. You know, he would go to see Benjamin Netanyahu and sort of almost behave like Benjamin Netanyahu was the leader of the Republican Party, and he was just going in there as a member of Congress and sort of, you know, begging him for some kind of for scraps. And it's like,
I cannot say how much it pisses me off that the Congress in general has not only welcomed Netanyahu, but treated him as if he's not a war criminal, not a genocidal murderer who will go down in history as committing the worst genocide since the Holocaust.
what are you talking about? You are the United States. Tell them and tell Ben Gvir, you know, ask God for help.
Yeah.
If you don't do this right now, you can ask God for help, you know, on this. But there hasn't been enough pressure. And Ehud Olmert said to me once, Joe Biden needs to take Benjamin Netanyahu into a room with a baseball bat and remind him who's boss. And it can only, that kind of pressure, frankly, the Europeans, you're right, do have leverage and do have the ability to put pressure on Israel. But they also can work with the United States to put pressure on Donald Trump to do more. But that pressure isn't coming when they have a face-to-face meeting and he doesn't even mention Palestinian statehood. I mean, who knows? Donald Trump may have just been saying that, you know, Keir Starmer may have mentioned it. And I didn't see the readout whether those conversations were had and Donald Trump sort of.
Keir Starmer, the kid starver, is definitely a Zionist, pro-Israel.
Decided to say that. Who knows? And Keir Starmer probably did say, look, this is what I'm looking at doing. And Donald Trump didn't really take it seriously.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point. And it ties into the Ukraine thing because it does just feel like European, you know, whether it's Keir Starmer, and actually Keir Starmer in particular, but you see this from Merz and Macron, this effort to kind of calibrate where I don't want to piss off Trump, but I need to say things that are a little different, or you know, I'll do the statehood recognition because even if the Americans don't like that, it doesn't really kind of get in the way of anything. At a certain point, you either need to have your own positions or not, you know. And right now it just kind of feels like very uncertain, like, you know, tacking behind the Americans on things. And, you know, I think that the issue will be pressed and forced at some point. But we'll see.
I think it's like the issue of having politicians that never have convictions, never have moral authority because they have no moral continuity. Is plaguing most Western nations right now. So many politicians, they don't actually have any convictions. They just do whatever the people paying them want them to do, or say whoever. In the case of a lot of European leaders, they'll just say whatever America's position is on things. Keir Starmer is no different.
You know, we'll see what happens on the state visit that Donald Trump has to the UK coming up. What kind of reception do you think he'll get in London?
He's already made his feelings clear about the mayor of London.
Yes, yeah.
There's no love lost between them. I think you know, he sort of said he was a nasty man, but you know, I think the people of London feel quite strongly about, you know, whether it's Ukraine or whether it's the situation in Gaza. We've seen, you know, demonstrations take place almost every Saturday for the last 20 months or so. So I think that, you know, there will be a lot of unhappy people you know, not necessarily welcoming Donald Trump, the US president, to the UK.
Maybe not as many nominations for the Nobel Peace Prize
coming out of London. Yeah.
I want to spend a few minutes here though talking about Afghanistan. We are.
So that is the Gaza segment. I believe this interview at the end here is with someone very knowledgeable about military weapons and warfare practices and the like. I remember it being pretty interesting when I was listening to it, but we have a good amount to still get through, and I want to do games, so I just recommend it to everyone else. This is the video on Pod Save the World. We're gonna keep moving on through the Gaza and Israel.
Now, more than 100 foreign
related
humanitarian
videos.
agencies have accused Israel of continuing to block aid access to Gaza. Life-saving supplies are being prevented from entering the territory. That's despite an Israeli pledge to ease its blockade, which is causing starvation. Many of the aid organisations, including Save the Children and Oxfam, say that Israel hasn't allowed a single one of their trucks into Gaza since March, leaving tons of aid going to waste. Gaza's health ministry says 235 people, including 106 children, have died due to malnutrition. Israel has rejected the accusations, instead blaming Hamas for exploiting the aid. That's despite...
But those numbers are low. What the hell? Okay, there we go. But yeah, it's important to note that the numbers of dead, specifically from like malnutrition or starvation, are only going to exponentially increase as situation just gets worse and worse and worse. And the process of starvation isn't something that will just instantly get better if you have some food. You need consistent, nutritious meal in order to make up for it. So, and that's obviously, they mentioned, oh yeah, 100 some dead from malnutrition or starvation recently, but the 60,000 confirmed dead so far, let alone all the rest who may be still unaccounted for.
An internal US government report finding no evidence of that. Israel's also continuing to hit Gaza with air raids as its military says it's approved a new offensive to take control of Gaza City. On Wednesday, Gaza's largest city was targeted by a wave of air attacks, with health officials saying that at least 123 people were killed in the past day, including 21 seeking aid. Well, earlier we've heard from our correspondent John Donison, who is in Jerusalem.
Well, this is aid agencies, 100 of them, accusing the Israeli government of weaponizing the issue. Starvation, as they say, continues in Gaza. Now, what happened was earlier this year, Israel introduced new rules that meant that any Palestinian in Gaza who was involved in distributing aid, working for these aid organizations, had to be vetted, Israel said, for security reasons. And it demanded that these aid agencies submit all the details of the Palestinians who were doing that. And Israel says that many of those organizations haven't done it. It's around 80% of those aid agencies have not had a single truck in since March, and they say that millions of dollars worth of aid are basically sitting just outside Gaza, going to waste.
And in the backdrop of this, the IDF is edging closer to this planned takeover, they call it, of Gaza City, that will displace around 1 million people. What is the latest on the ground?
Well, they've definitely stepped up military operations, airstrikes around Gaza City and also in the central area of Gaza, which they also plan to occupy. Those strikes, I was looking at some videos yesterday, hitting built-up civilian neighborhoods, huge explosions from some of those airstrikes, and people are dying every day. One day this week, I think it was a couple of days ago, more than 120 Palestinians were killed in Gaza, according to the health ministry there. And, you know, this operation to occupy Gaza City, which will be huge, is going to take tens of thousands of troops. Well, we're expecting that to happen in October. Before that, they've got to get, as you say, up to 1 million people to flee their homes again and move to the so-called safe zones in the south.
Yeah, what number safe zone are we on now?
John Donison speaking to my colleague Frankie McCamley earlier.
In the wake
now, Majority Report
of Israel assassinating more journalists in Gaza, it seems like, and I think, you know, because they just basically killed Anas al-Sharif, who's probably one of the most, if not the most prominent journalist in Gaza to be assassinated by Israel. It feels like the press corps is waking up a little bit to what has been going on. Some, I don't know, depending on how you're counting,
Waking up.
183 to 240 dead journalists later. Here is Ian Williams. Being interviewed with Brianna Goldriga on.
To clarify, I say waking up in quotes because it's very clear a lot of media organizations were either just avoiding talking about Gaza, constantly making excuses for Israel, or just denying it, or specifically part of the refusing to talk about it would then also be diverting to Hamas on October 7th, just to get whoever is offering any sort of reasonable critique of Israel as anti-Semitic or supporting terrorists to shut down the conversation before it can actually get to the crimes of Israel.
CNN. It's a long clip, but it's worth watching the whole thing.
Foreign Press Association says it's outraged by the targeted killings of journalists in Gaza. Let's bring in Ian Williams, the president of the association. Ian, welcome to the program. As we've noted, we've seen repeated calls for Western journalists to be allowed into Gaza as the war approaches its 2-year mark. Just talk about, tell our viewers why that is so important to have Western journalists there to observe what is going on the ground throughout the war, and what the reaction has been and the justification when you reach out to the Israeli government demanding as much.
Well, one of the points is we should trust Palestinian journalists as well, but there's, profound sort of racism, and the Israeli government has basically said if you're Palestinian, you're not to be trusted. Whereas I think the foreign press, the press in general, are now beginning to learn that whatever the Israeli government says has to be taken with 100 weight of salt, because there's, what they say bears no relation to reality. And they use.
I mean, they often, they refuse to answer questions. They'll deny anyone who disagrees with them. It's very clear they are not interested in having a reasonable conversation about this.
Keywords like, the Hamas Ministry of Defense. Hamas controls the place. And the Ministry of Health. Hamas controls the place. Journalists there, frankly, I don't care whether Asharif was in Hamas or not. We don't kill journalists for being Republicans or Democrats, or in Britain, Labour Party.
Yeah, some probably lesser known information. Hamas was the civil governing body for Gaza. Many of the people targeted, especially early on during this, were really just Hamas civil governance officials, like for sanitation or whatever. Hamas did have, they have committed attacks, and they do have parts of it that are violent, but again, nothing's a monolith.
Hamas is a political organization as well as a terrorist organization, perhaps, but it's not permissible to go killing people.
This is phenomenal, but I've been thinking about this. When you talk about Hamas as a terrorist organization, that is only enabled by the fact that Palestine is not a state.
Yeah.
Because if Palestine were a state, it would necessitate it having a formal military.
Mm-hmm.
And Hamas runs the Gaza Strip because the Israeli government divided it from the West Bank and has been allowing Qatari money and other sources of funding to flow freely to Hamas, and admitted as such because they think that they are a better enemy that they can use to demonize the Palestinian people with. So the part of their manufacturing consent for this genocide is to continue calling Hamas purely a terrorist organization, in part, but that's due to the fact that Israel, because Palestinian doesn't have statehood, it doesn't have some of those formal systems that would.
It doesn't have a formal military. Also, the global terrorist watch list is controlled by the USA, so the US could really just put anyone on there that is opposed to them, um, ignoring the fact that we do many terroristic acts around the world.
Allow for them to not
Not the
completely
least of
demonize
which
them.
is funding and arming Israel in the event of this genocide.
Right. I mean, the health ministry, at one point, the press was willing to accept the fact that, like, yes, the health ministry is set up under the auspices of Hamas. That doesn't make it a terrorist organization. It just means that as a broader organization, there is and people understood this in the context of Ireland. There was a military wing and a political wing, and as there is in Hamas.
It's her
too.
food time. That's why she's being so rowdy. We're back.
Labour Party. Hamas is a political organization as well as a terrorist organization, perhaps, but it's not permissible to go killing people. And this was the distinct change now, is the IDF actually boasted that this was a targeted killing. And the reason they're doing that is they're not letting foreign journalists in. So Palestinian journalists are the only ones who are there, the only ones who can tell what's happening there. And what they're saying completely contradicts what's coming from Israeli spokesmen in Israel and across the world.
That's what's also so kind of sinister and forgetting the other word. Bad faith is the only thing I'm getting up to. But of Israel's claims that everyone they kill is Hamas specifically, they can kill almost 200 now Palestinian journalists. One, because they're the only ones there who can report because other journalists aren't allowed, and then they're killable because Israel can just claim they're Hamas because they're Palestinian. It's ridiculous.
It's quite clear they've documented the ongoing massacres, and the Israelis don't like it.
What do you mean by not caring whether Anas al-Sharaf was part of Hamas? Because the Israelis have produced what they say is evidence and have longstanding statements where they say he was not only part of Hamas, but he was leading a Hamas cell. In your view, that doesn't make him fair game for Israeli targets?
That's an incredibly disingenuous statement. I mean, it's completely ignoring the fact that killing any journalists is against international law, regardless of whatever. They could theoretically attempt to arrest him and then try him for this. And then, I don't know, maybe they have the death penalty in Israel. I'm actually not sure. But they didn't. But yeah, she's trying to insinuate that he is supporting terrorism with that question, when it's not about that. It's about stopping a genocide, about how Israel has always acted throughout this conflict, and how they are very clearly violating numerous international laws, but most of all, going from their apartheid state and then genociding the Palestinians in Gaza.
Well, first of all, I don't believe it. He's been working 24 hours on journalism. He doesn't have time to work in a cell on the side. The second point is I basically don't believe anything the Israeli government says about this.
That's a bad argument, unfortunately. I mean, it makes sense given evidence against Israel, but you're not going to convince anyone else, and it's not going to look good on CNN to say that. Shoot, I forgot what I was going to say. It'll come to me.
They've lied and lied and lied. They buried a whole medical team after denying it. They went and destroyed the evidence. They bombed hospitals, claiming there are Hamas facilities underneath, which weren't there. And the only way to conclusively disprove them was to let foreign journalists in. And they won't do that. So now they're basically saying, if foreign journalists are allowed in now, I would make sure they compose their wills before they go.
These are two separate.
The IDF has no compunction.
These are two separate issues you raised.
Oh, okay. Now I remember my other point. My issue with her question is that also that it assumes automatic truth on Israel's claims that he is head of a terrorist cell of Hamas. It's uncritical thinking. It has not been verified in any meaningful way. And so, therefore, making a pointed question as if it is true intel against this person who is merely trying to call out that international law and war crimes are being committed is disgusting, honestly.
I think the majority of journalists
On her
around the
part.
world, and I would imagine a lot of our viewers, would support
Also, when it comes to news networks and like this, I know anyone who actively says this stuff like should be tried for war crime or for like being complicit in a genocide by helping to cover for it by or providing diplomatic cover or just the trying to help control public opinion on it. But it's very common on CNN that you have not only news anchors who ask these sort of questions, but also guests and whatnot that will reinforce Israeli talking points.
Western journalists into Gaza to see for themselves and report for themselves what is happening in this war. But when you say you don't believe a word Israel is saying, you know, there's been a lot of accusation thrown at Israel for not producing evidence to confirm some of the claims they've made. If they then produce evidence and
and claiming, and there's been some accusations.
You say, I don't believe it. Where does that leave
Girl,
things?
please.
Well, it leaves things. We work on the balance of proof. Our job is to challenge authority. The authority here is denying
I'm sorry. Okay, so this conflation, I don't understand how a reporter or somebody, an anchor on CNN, is conflating the claims of a government with evidence.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
There's been no
More
evidence.
concise
There's
way
no
of
evidence.
saying it.
That should
Emma.
be journalism 101. I didn't go to journalism school, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to take the claims of a government and conflate that with evidence that has been supported and researched and looked into by journalists. That's the role of journalists.
As an allegory, it's like someone is murdering like a whole family in a house, and they claim that, oh, they attacked me first, this is self-defense, or it's not even that, because that's not even entirely true in like the case of this specific journalist, because it's someone who is documenting the event happening, and then they're getting killed and being claimed to have been attacking the person who is murdering the other people. It's yeah.
But also, like, the idea that they are that the excuse that he is Hamas is somehow like they're using the term Hamas as if it is like an ethnicity.
Yeah.
Because
they think all
this guy
Palestinians are Hamas.
literally
because they want
is
to do
on
a genocide.
camera at all hours
they need
of the
to
day.
justify it to themselves.
And so the issue that he may be Hamas, like, what does that even mean? He has a card that says I'm Hamas. It means that he knows people in Hamas. I mean, the implication is that he is a combatant, but it's quite clear that the guy has been reporting, and as if, like, you know, well, he
Both his life and
referred to
also
himself as
the
Hamas,
conflict.
and therefore he is a target. No, the guy is functioning as a reporter, period. It doesn't, like, what does it mean that he's Hamas? Like, what is it that exactly he is supposedly doing? Like, letting combatants know where bombs fall in Gaza? He's reporting on it.
Just went to her Wikipedia. Just throwing this out there. Oh, from 2025, the Jerusalem Post. Israeli news anchor Yonat Levy writes children's book on anti-Semitism with CNN's Biana Golo Dryga. That's her?
Okay. Oh, well.
Okay, so she just wrote a book about supposed anti-Semitism with an Israeli news anchor.
Mm-hmm. Definitely two news anchors putting out children This is
to
not any
independent witnesses.
attempt at propaganda.
Nobody else
or
is allowed to go into
anything like
Gaza.
that.
International organizations aren't allowed into Gaza. Journalists aren't allowed into Gaza. Reuters, AP, CNN, BBC are not allowed into Gaza. Now, what does that...
Yeah, not even any of these news organizations that have been providing cover and defense for Israel for nearly 2 years now.
Give a sort of more than a little hint that things are going on there that the Israeli government doesn't want you to know about or doesn't want you to witness. What other conclusion are you going to give? There's a presumption in favor of Israel in a lot of this, which is totally unjustified after recent experience. I think, and they've targeted journalists before, in the West Bank as well, by the way. We're looking at Gaza, but journalists have been assaulted and killed in the West Bank as well for witnessing what the settlers are doing, let alone what the IDF is doing. So I think we're really, it doesn't do Israel any great favors, but basically making everything they say totally questionable.
All right, Ian Williams, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for the time, President of the Foreign Press Association. We appreciate it.
Just leave it there.
Good for him.
I noticed he had a blood pressure machine behind him, and I'm sure she was not helping.
Yeah, it
Yes.
is amazing, the conflation of evidence with claim.
I love also just that was a satisfying moment to have that, like a British guy like that, an older British man say, the IDF has no compunction.
Yeah, I'd like to see her reporting on Kim Jong-un winning 100% of the vote.
Yeah. I mean,
Government says
they,
won.
they claim.
Yeah.
They provided evidence.
And they
cannot
gave his
be
golf
wrong.
card to the press.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, Australia joins the growing list of countries recognizing Palestine.
The United Kingdom, France, Canada, and now Australia all have united in their condemnation of Israel's war on Gaza and have promised to recognise and...
I am a little proud of Canada, one, because my boyfriend's from there, and they were actually one of the first nations to start doing condemnations and stuff. And I'm curious how much that had an impact on Britain eventually doing it, considering they are in the Commonwealth together. While Australia took longer.
independent Palestinian state.
Britain.
But what does recognition mean when those same countries keep arming Israel? I'm Kevin Hurton, and this is The Take.
My name is Anthony Lowenstein. I'm an independent journalist, filmmaker and author, most recently of the Palestine Laboratory, and I'm currently in Sydney, Australia.
Okay, well, Anthony, welcome back to The Take.
Thank you.
Why don't we start with the latest? Australia announced plans this week to recognize Palestine as a state in September at the UN General Assembly.
Australia will recognise the right of the Palestinian people to a state of their own, predicated on the commitments Australia has received from the Palestinian Authority.
You're based in Sydney, so what went through your mind when you first heard this news?
Wholly unsurprised. This has been a long time coming. The current government in Australia, led by Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, has been really flirting with this for a long time. In fact, in many ways, it's been unofficial government policy for years. Australia, one has to understand, Australia is not an independent country. We are essentially a client state of the US, and that means in relation to wars and various other issues. We have one of the biggest US intelligence bases in the middle of Australia called Pine Gap, which assists in American war making. Now, obviously, the Australian government's position on Palestine is not going to please Washington, that's true. But we are following France, the UK, Canada, and others. And, since it's been announced, the response has been from the majority of mainstream pro-Israel Jewish groups, disappointment, anger, and frustration. And from many Palestinian groups, actually quite similar, saying this is token, symbolic, won't change anything in Gaza, etc. So it's hard to really see what the Australian government's going to get out of this, apart from trying to claim that they're doing, inverted commas, something for Palestine.
Well, they're clearly responding to political pressure too. We've seen these images on the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 weeks ago, there was one of the biggest protests in this country's history. I was there. I spoke, in fact, at the rally. There was about 300,000 people, which is massive. The only protests that could have been vaguely similar size were around Vietnam decades ago, Vietnam War, and the Iraq War, 2002, before it started, 2003.
Yeah.
So massive public pressure, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Australia's move, as you mentioned, follows similar moves by the UK, France, and Canada. What do you think has changed? Why do you think we're seeing this momentum now, nearly 2 years into Israel's war on Gaza?
Look, Australia has a very complicit role in what's going on. Of course, we're not America, we're not Britain. Britain's not that big anymore anyway, but it's not the US. But Australia has a very important role. There's been intelligence shared from that Pine Gap intelligence base in the middle of Australia. It's given to the Israelis and the Americans. One, since October 7th. I'm a co-editor and co-founder of Declassified Australia, an independent news outlet, and we've covered this and done some reporting on that. Secondly, Australia is part of the F-35 supply chain. The F-35 is a fighter jet made by Lockheed Martin, the American weapons company, and Israel uses the F-35 over Gaza, and Australia provides parts to that plane. The door that opens at the bottom of the plane that allows a bomb to leave is made in Australia. And there's growing public anger, as there is in Holland and the UK and many other countries, that all these nations are essentially involved in supporting Israel's genocide. There's growing outrage.
If you believed in a two-state solution, there is nothing there to recognize.
This is a good time to call out for anyone, if they don't know, the BDS movement is boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. It's a group meant to prevent a lot of stuff like this, weapons made in other countries that are being sent to Israel and the like. You can bdsmovement.net. You can go there to see list of people that of companies and stuff that if you don't want to support those who support Israel, you can boycott. You can push for if your local town or city has manufacturing or is part of the logistics network that gets weapons to Israel, you can try and force them to stop. This is fair warning. This is something I believe Trump recently came out and said that if any city or town in the U.S. tries to divest from Israel, he will. I forget the exact. Was it? That he would refuse to give FEMA support to any settlement. It's not a settlement. It's any city, any municipality in the U.S. That divests from Israel. Very fun, especially since global warming is causing more frequent or more severe natural disasters.
What we do recognise is Australia's inaction. What we do recognise is Israel's complicity in genocide.
People are really, really angry and frustrated, and they're seeing on their phone every single day the horrors unfolding in Gaza.
Yeah. So let's talk about what this state would look like, because it all comes with a lot of caveats, both spoken and unspoken. For instance, there's no role for Hamas in any future Palestinian government. Now, you'd think that political leadership would be determined by the people who actually live in the state. And there are also big questions about possible restrictions on national defense. That's to say nothing of the fact that parts of this future state are being carved up by settlements as we speak. So can you break down what these countries are actually imagining for a future Palestine, how realistic you think that vision is?
Just to clarify, he's talking about the Israeli settlements in the West Bank. The area in the West Bank is primarily only meant to be Palestinian land, but for decades now, Israel has had settlers go into the area and forcibly evict Palestinians from their homes and have started taking over towns, villages, and the like. It Yeah.
Well,
So their their supposed land that is supposed to be theirs is being essentially invaded by Israelis who are settling it forcibly, and Palestine can't isn't since it isn't recognized as a state, it has no protections against that.
Well, it's essentially would be a very neutered state at best. And so, yes, the condition is it has to be demilitarized. Now, I don't know any state in the world that, frankly, is recognized by the UN as demilitarized. It should be a non-starter day one. Secondly, the issue of Hamas having no involvement. Well, I'm not a supporter of Hamas, but the idea that that should be dictated by Australia or the US or, frankly, anyone is absurd. In fact, many public opinion polls, the most recent one for Palestine, I think, occurred in May this year. And obviously, polling in Gaza is very, very difficult, to put it mildly. But there is polling in the West Bank, and Hamas has sizable support. Not everybody, of course, but a lot of people see Hamas as resistance, whether one likes that reality or not. Thirdly, the talk about the Palestinian Authority as the governing body. Palestinian Authority, it could not be more unpopular. It's led by Mahmoud Abbas, who runs a thuggish regime in the West Bank. Palestinians are essentially protecting the occupation for Israel. That's essentially its role. It's an occupation enforcer. So it's pretty hard to convince Palestinians that that should be the leadership of their future Palestinian state. Not to say anything about the fact that this is, I see this sort of proposal as the so-called zombie solution, a two-state solution. We've been hearing about this for literally 30 years. And every time there is some political crisis, obviously at the moment it's the most profound in Palestine's history, but when there's a crisis, the Western powers sort of spring up again a two-state solution, ignoring, as you rightly say, the reality in the West Bank, which is to separate that land equally. And having spent years there, I lived in Palestine for many, many years. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be unbelievably difficult to do. And finally, not unimportantly, what Israel has allowed for over half a century is essentially the birth and the support and the funding of what can only really be called messianic fanatics. Now, not every single Jewish settler in the West Bank is a fanatic. Some people go there for cheaper housing, some Jews. But a sizable minority are fanatics, are ideologically opposed to any kind of Arab presence in the land. And the idea of moving them or trying to remove them is frankly inconceivable. And I think could potentially lead to some kind of civil war within Israel, Jew on Jew, putting aside the Arabs or Palestinians. So a two-state solution may have been something that may have been possibly viable 30 to 40 years ago, and I would even question that. But now that ship has sailed, to put it mildly.
Yeah, you can't repeat it enough. Like, what you see on the map is not what Palestine looks like.
Indeed.
I mean, first of all, Gaza is just completely flattened now.
Yes.
And as we speak, parts of the West Bank are being just picked off. It looks like Swiss cheese when you really look at
Yes.
the actual territory. Okay, so let's move on. More than 145 countries already recognize Palestine, and now Australia, Canada, France, and the UK are joining that list. Actually, we should say the UK is really only dipping a toe into the water here. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says they'll recognize Palestine unless Israel takes substantial steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza. So much more of a threat,
So
really.
fucking limp
But
dick.
regardless, look, these are some major Western powers changing course. What does this mean practically for Palestinians?
On the ground, really nothing in the short term, because Israel has no intention of allowing it to happen. And I think it's worth saying here that there is in the West, understandably to some extent because of the last 22 months in Gaza, an obsession with Netanyahu. But the problem in Israel around Palestine is not really about Netanyahu. It's far, far deeper than that. There is profound racism, dehumanization around Arabs, around Palestinians from Israeli Jews. This is based on polling. There was a poll last week which found that 80% of Israeli Jews, 80%, did not care if there was starvation in Gaza. 80%. Now, is anyone seriously suggesting that that is the kind of population that's going to be saying, yes, build a Palestinian state down the road from my house? It's not going to happen without massive, massive economic pressure and pain on Israeli Jews. And no one, the US, of course, is not, the EU certainly is not, the Arab states are certainly not, imposing economic sanctions on Israel so Israeli Jews feel like they have no choice, as with what happened with white South Africans back in the day that supported apartheid before it ended in 1994. So, look, it's hard to look into the future. Nothing's impossible, but it seems inconceivable with the current political makeup within Israel and, frankly, the US. This is actually going to happen.
But okay, but if the international community does recognize Palestine as a state, certainly it would have levers to some sort of recourse in the United Nations or elsewhere.
Well, yes, but we have seen in the last 22 months that the UN is essentially paralyzed, and it's not just unique to Palestine. You could say that about Ethiopia or Sudan or South Sudan or Ukraine, frankly. So this is not to say the UN is useless. The UN has a vitally important role in many places around the world. But on issues like this, the Security Council, which obviously is being built in a post-World War II environment, is utterly broken, and the US veto rules supreme.
So it sounds like this is more like virtue signaling. This reminds me almost of land acknowledgements that you might do before a city council meeting.
Yes, and there's land acknowledgements in Australia, and something that I support, by the way. I think acknowledging Indigenous history and rights and dispossession is very important. I speak as someone, of course, who's a Jewish Australian, who's not Indigenous, of course, to Australia. I think it's important. It's worth saying here, I'm not suggesting that acknowledging or recognizing Palestinians as human, as equal, is not important. It is important. Symbolism can and does matter historically. I'm not saying it doesn't.
I mean, yeah, and it's the first step into actually getting them statehood and getting them the protections that are supposed to be allowed for it. But yeah, it's a little late and a little limp-dicked.
But in terms of the question of Palestine, this is the announcement that Australia and other states will recognize Palestine next month at the UN. It just seems not just a token, it seems almost lip service. And I see it cynically. I see it as really an attempt to try to tone down or push back a growing public tide of fury that Western states are not just not doing much, but in fact are often facilitating the genocide by supporting Israel in many other ways.
Right. Israel has called these recognitions a reward for terror.
The intention of several European countries to recognize a Palestinian state is a reward for terrorism.
But we're also hearing from many Palestinians and their advocates who are pushing back against this current wave of recognition, who say it's not just symbolic, but actually potentially harmful. Now, you said that you called the two-state solution the zombie solution before. So unpack that for me. How could this actually stand in the way of real justice or liberation for the Palestinians?
I mean, I would have said this before October 7 too, but certainly since, when you have the most catastrophic event in Palestinians' history, we've had more just extraordinary slaughter. So the idea potentially that after that, there's no mechanism for justice, for accountability for those crimes. Forget about 1948 for a minute. How about accountability for what's happening literally now? So there's that issue. The second issue is building on a Palestinian Authority, a regime which is utterly dictatorial and unaccountable. And what I fear is that the so-called vision by, say, the UK, Australia, France and others, is a compliant, docile Arab dictatorship, namely the Palestinian Authority, similar to, frankly, many other dictatorships in the region that do the bidding of the US and Israel.
Actually sounds like the Palestinian Authority right now.
Exactly, which is why the polling in the West Bank, let alone Gaza, for years, by the way, long before October 7, but certainly since, shows the PA, they're loathed, profoundly loathed, which is why a lot of Palestinians rightly, including friends of mine, some from the West Bank, some from Gaza, worry that any kind of so-called Western recognition of this so-called Palestinian state is kind of going to this truncated colonial outpost, which is granted legitimacy by certain Western states who themselves have been complicit in what has happened to Palestine for the last 80 years.
We'll have more with Anthony after a break.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't thought of before. It does make it seem as though it's, or it seem as a possible outcome that is essentially, just slightly not as bad as a genocide. But yeah, being obviously incredibly close to being genocided and then ruled by essentially a puppet state of either Israel or whatever else that will be dictatorial and allow for them to just continually be displaced and evicted and slaughtered is not much better.
So, Anthony, your work has looked at Israeli companies that are profiting from the war on Gaza. And look, some of the same countries now recognizing Palestine, France, the UK, Canada, Australia, also continue now directly or indirectly to supply Israel with weapons, parts, or military technology, even though some of them deny it or claim to have suspended weapons exports. I'm wondering, how do you make sense of this contradiction, condemning Israel's war on one hand while arming the war on the other?
How do I make sense of it? I make sense of it by saying that it is classic Western hypocritical behavior that no one actually buys. And in the end, I've done some colleagues of mine declassified Australia have done it, declassified UK. Other colleagues have done this reporting in the last couple of years that shows that the trade with Israel from the UK and Australia, not just weapons parts, but just other items, has not slowed down, has not stopped. There's a trade office in Tel Aviv that facilitates trade between Israel and Australia, as there is in Canberra, the capital of my country here in Australia. None of that's been shut down. None of that's been stopped. I mean, ultimately, again, I think it goes to the heart of why so many people aren't just cynical, but are furious that there's, again, an attempt by Western states to, I don't think it's a question of appeasing their guilt, to try to fool the public, to say, we are doing something for Palestinians, we hear you, we appreciate your anger, we're going to recognize a truncated out.
This is something also I tend to harp on is democracy takes effort. You have to follow up with politicians frequently and double check their work. Yeah, this is just an example of it. They'll on face say, "Oh yeah, Palestine is a state and they deserve the rights of a state," while just allowing them to be destroyed.
Post in Palestine, while we're still going to send weapons parts and weapons to
Right.
Israel to facilitate the violence that caused the problem in the first place. Who is buying that? No one.
There have been mounting calls for an arms embargo from people on the street, the UN, human rights organizations, yet the weapons keep flowing. So, two questions. Why is stopping these arms sales such a non-starter? And what would actually happen if there was an arms embargo?
If there was an arms embargo from the US, which of course under Trump there won't be, but let's say there was, Israel could
Yeah.
just keep fighting for, wouldn't stop overnight, but it would make a profound difference. One of the things that Israel has been doing in the last 22 months, imagining the potential in years to come, if, say, major countries did cut off arms, the US, Germany, which is the second biggest provider of weapons, is to build far more weapons within their own borders, so they're not as reliant on outside forces. But look, the defense sector has never been bigger. The global trade in arms was worth around $2.5 trillion. The arms industry in most of these countries, the UK, France, etc., is growing, surging, in fact, not just with Israel, of course, but many other places, fueling global conflict. So
Yeah, part of that
I'm not
is
saying the arms
also
industry
due to Trump with the threatening to withdraw or not defend NATO allies and stuff and making them contribute more their fair share. They're having to buy from the U.S. It's making the U.S. more money. It's growing the industry more. It's just going to perpetuate the need for conflict.
can never be stopped. But the only way that I would argue that this genocide and mass ethnic
Need for conflict from the political sphere of society.
cleansing, including in the West Bank, could stop or at least be potentially arrested or reduced is Israel facing economic pain. It's the only way.
Okay, well, with that in mind, what do you make of the news out of Norway that the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is the world's largest in the world, is now divesting from many Israeli companies?
The fund is terminating contracts with external asset managers handling some of its Israeli investments and has divested parts of its portfolio in the country over the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Now, I know this is a unique case, but it is something tangible. Do you think this could be significant? A country like Norway putting its money where its mouth is?
Yes, I do. I welcome Norway's decision. I'm aware that the context for that, just briefly for viewers and listeners, is that it was recently discovered, which I'm sure the fund was aware of, but investigative journalists discovered that some Israeli companies who were complicit in what's happening in Palestine had money invested from the fund. The fund very quickly, to its credit, came out and has said they'll divest from those, I think, immediately. And there are many, many countries, including, by the way, superannuation funds in Australia, which invest in companies like Elbit. I mean, this is not unique to Norway. It's happening in many, many other countries, and there are growing campaigns by activists to put pressure on those superannuation retirement funds in the US too. Many, many states have funds in Israeli companies who are complicit and involved in the arms trade, in the West Bank occupation, in building settlements. I mean, it's absolutely ubiquitous. So yes, this is definitely, I would say, an Achilles heel for Israel if Western states and pension funds choose to use it and leverage it, and I think they should.
So as we wrap up, I guess my big picture question is, why is this being tied to the genocide at all? Right? You either have a right to statehood or you don't. I mean, the UK has made it explicitly transactional. But even for you in Australia, doesn't the language we're hearing kind of imply that had the prime minister been less frustrated with Israel, Palestinians would no longer deserve the protection that recognized statehood provides?
Well, that's the kind of contempt that I think a lot of people hear when they listen to people like Anthony Albanese, my prime minister here, or I shouldn't say my prime minister, the prime minister here in Australia. The language that's used is so important here that we're always told that Israel has a right to exist, but Palestinians have a similar, potentially equal right to self-determination, but decided by whom? I mean, no one's saying, frankly, or no, that these
It's all
countries are not
theory
saying.
for the Palestinians.
Let's talk about the borders of Israel. Netanyahu has said in an interview, which on one level is utterly unsurprising, but is worth repeating here, he believes in Greater Israel. Now, Greater Israel, for those who don't know, includes the possibility of an expanding Jewish state that would include places like Iraq and Jordan and Egypt. This is a messianic vision that more and more Israelis do have. And I don't hear any condemnation of that generally by Western leaders who are now suddenly rushing to appease their own complicity and people's outrage to support Palestine, because these decisions by Australia and others is not really about recognising Palestine. They're recognising a rump entity that would be utterly complicit with the crimes that have been committed in the last 22 months and frankly close to 80 years. There has not been a time in my adult life, apart from maybe the Iraq War in 2003, where there's been as much of a profound disconnect between the political elites in these countries and public opinion.
Yeah, it's never good when politicians are out of step with their voters. Anthony Lowenstein, thank you very much for coming on The Take today.
Thanks so much for having me, as always.
And that's
the comment of it's a shame when politicians are out of step with their voters. It's something throughout history. It's not necessarily like politicians. Obviously, politicians are people who hold power in our society, but in past societies, it would have been the aristocrats, nobles, the monarchs and stuff. And when you get revolutions is when they are so disconnected from the needs of the populace that they're supposed to represent, but as well as the desires. And one of the biggest desires is for we at least stop funding the genocide, stop arming the genocide. And it is not being met.
The Take. If you're short on time but still want to catch the highlights, check out our
One thing that, of course, has been a theme throughout our conversation is this sense of uncertainty about, the chain of command in the GHF, the leadership, who you're supposed to report to, who ostensibly were the sort of...
I might skip to some other topics because I want to start doing games in maybe like 20 minutes. We'll jump
plan
to
to
this.
ensure that the United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done.
President Trump last year vowing to make the United States the crypto capital of the world. Well, that is still up for debate. What can be confirmed is that the Trump family specifically has become a crypto magnet, raking in over $4 billion on the digital currency since Election Day. The Wall Street Journal reports the Trump family's crypto venture has generated more wealth since the election than any other part of the president's business empire. However, the ways in which that money was made and who led the financial charge is leading to questions of conflicts of interest. And joining us now, one of the reporters on that piece, the Wall Street Journal's Angus Berwick. Angus, let's begin at the beginning here. The president and his family, they launched this currency, USD1. What is it exactly, and how is it traded?
Hi, yeah, it's great to be here. So USD1, it's a stable coin. It's a cryptocurrency that's pegged against the dollar. There are a number of, much more popular stable coins, Tether and Circle. The Trump family, via their World Liberty financial venture, they're looking to kind of enter that marketplace, and their plan is to try to take the top spot.
So how does this cryptocurrency develop value, and how does the Trump family make billions out of it?
So with USD1, you go to World Liberty, you give them $1, they'll issue you, one USD1 token, and with the money that World Liberty then collects, they can then invest that in the reserves that underpin the currency. This is primarily, kind of U.S. government treasuries. So far, World Liberty, they've accumulated about $2.2 billion in reserves to underpin USD1. And at current interest rates, that means they're earning they can earn about $80 million a year in interest.
And so we're showing this graphic. The company Binance, which is involved here, receives a $2 billion investment, you report, from an outside investor paid with Trump's coin. And that deal causes the circulation of Trump's coin to then skyrocket. And then Binance actually pays people up to $1 million to trade it, all the while the Trump family is making money on the interest.
Exactly. So, of the total amount of USD1 in circulation, Binance is currently holding the vast majority of that, about $2 billion. And that's enabling, the Trump family and World Liberty to profit from those reserves. In addition, according to our reporting, Binance, through a kind of an external platform, it's basically enabling a huge amount of trading in USD1, which is allowing the Trump family to say that this token, that there's a very high amount of demand for their token, in the marketplace. The more the token is circulating, the more money they can earn from the reserves.
It seems like that initial investment is what allowed it to have this sort of big explosion effect, to have all of these coins now circulating in the marketplace, which adds to the value here.
Because
do we know
he's
who made
important,
that initial investment?
He can make money on this.
So, the initial kind of big break for USD1 was that a UAE fund called MGX, they were making a $2 billion investment into Binance, and this investment was paid in USD1. And then, from the Binance then kind of took control of the USD1, and if given that if you were to take Binance away, there's quite a high likelihood that its market capitalization could shrink all the way back down to around kind of $200 million.
And talk to us about this other potential conflict of interest. Who is the founder and the co-owner of Binance, and how does he fit into all of this?
So the founder of Binance is Changpeng Zhao, or CZ. He's probably the richest man in the crypto world. Binance, they paid a $4.3 billion fine to settle anti-money laundering violations 2 years ago. CZ, he was in jail for 4 months last year.
Here in the U.S.
So just another instance of corruption.
In the U.S., yeah. And he's, CZ has said publicly that he is seeking a pardon, from President Trump. And, through our reporting, we've been looking at how, at the same time that he's seeking a pardon, Binance has been, helping World Liberty Financial, grow its crypto business.
I know it got normalized in the first Trump term, but also Trump constantly doing events at his resorts while president and uh, golfing at them himself, even, is just constantly funneling taxpayer money to his own companies, which is disgusting. But he also has all these other little ventures in order to exploit his position and importance and control over the economy and over the judicial system and stuff with pardons uh, in order to just enrich himself. It's pisses me off.
It's a fascinating article. Thank you for sharing your reporting with us, Angus Berwick. I encourage people to take a look on the Wall Street Journal. The recipe behind the Trump family's crypto riches: pancake swap.
Texas Democrats, as we heard, there are some that are determined to stay out of Texas.
This I haven't watched and wanted to look more into, but I ran out of time. I'm mostly curious because I believe it has, do they have Talrico? He's a representative from Texas. I have family and friends in Texas, so was curious about him, especially given recent statements that he has made at Democratic political events.
For as long as it takes, and there are others who are going to end up going back. The real issue is, in my mind, Newsom, Hochul, Pritzker. The Democrats should stop waiting for the Republicans to do what they're going to do and respond. They should go ahead and just do it now.
Yeah, I mean,
they should go and redistrict. I mean, this is waiting for the Republicans now. We're done with that.
Yeah. I still see Newsom threatening and saying, like, stand down on Twitter.
Let's see. When was this posted? Yesterday? I mean, yeah, today he has actually started the process. I don't like Newsom,
it's this new thing California Democrats are doing, but it's like they're not
At least
going
he's
to.
doing something.
What have we learned? They're going to do whatever Trump says.
And also, like, you know, there is, Democrats are seen as feckless. And this era where, well, if we go first, then the Beltway media is going to say that we are irresponsible, et cetera, that's a problem. But here is Talarico. What's his first name, Joseph? James Talarico. He is a a Texas state rep who'd been doing a lot of like media prior to.
He was on Rogan recently, and I got a text from a friend of mine who still listens to Rogan saying, "I like this Democrat," and I'm like, "Okay." So
he informed Rogan about deism and the founding fathers, which was new to our.
How is that new to Rogan? Isn't this his whole
thing about
like,
the founding fathers.
Are you interested in this, like these ancient philosophies? But anyway,
every day everything is new to him.
Yeah.
If they were into fairies, he would have known about it, but.
And here he is with Will Cain. Now, you'll remember Will Cain. He's the one who actually had Maxwell Frost on, the congressman, when Frost got back from the visit to CCOT. And during that week, Donald Trump had said multiple times, including to the president of El Salvador, we want to take some of our regular criminals and deport them to you. Homegrowns, right.
Jesus.
And Frost said this, and Cain did not believe it,
Challenged him on
it, went to break, came back and said, okay, you were right. But even still, and apparently, I don't know, this may be the only way that Will Cain can get views on YouTube or something, because he's done it again.
In my view, Representative, you gave the ballgame analogy. In my view, what has happened here is you've done something in certain states, and you don't like it when it's done in Republican states. And now you're saying you've done the same thing as us. You've done the same thing as us, and we are going to, by the way, if you do it, we're going to ratchet it up even more, in the words of Gavin Newsom.
My party has never gerrymandered in the middle of the decade at the request of the President of the United States, nor would we. The only way this is going to happen in blue states is if Texas executes this power grab. You mentioned Massachusetts. Right. Do you know the party of the governor that signed that map into law? He was a Republican. It was a Republican governor that signed that map into law.
Pause it. Whoa. We got to look at that. Look at.
Can we do a slow-mo?
Yeah, I would love to do a slow-mo. Just go, but go walk back.
You can't. It's all right.
Walk back. Just yeah. I want you to watch
his
the look
eyes
on his face, and it's sort of, you can't quite tell if it's like he's looking at Talarico like, I don't know if I believe you, or if this is like Cain going like, my goddamn producers screwed me again.
I mean,
because I got news for you. Will Cain did not come up with like, oh, I remember when Massachusetts did a mid-census redistricting. All right. So
no, well, when he says that he looks down, where he's probably getting an all caps text from his producer on his
phone,
computer,
like.
or like I have my computer
his phone
here,
there.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Look at his phone.
Whoops. Whoops.
Oh, so you think the producer told him?
100%.
Okay,
That's what he's getting a message basically saying, like, fact check. He's right. He's right. It's happening again. It's good.
He's got his
Yeah, that's his poker tower.
Yeah.
Entered in the middle of the decade at the request of the President of the United States, nor would we. The only way this is going to happen in blue states is if Texas executes this power grab. You mentioned Massachusetts. Right. Do you know the party of the governor that signed that map into law? He was a Republican. It was a Republican governor that signed that map into law. So I just want to be clear with our facts, and I don't want to muddy the waters. All of us, whether we're Democrats, independents, or Republicans, we should stand up to politicians who don't want to face accountability at the ballot box. That's exactly what's happening here. And I asked you, if Republican policies are popular, why do they need to redraw these maps? Why can't they just run on their policies?
Yeah, the big issue here is it's a very clear attempt to not allow for the democratic process to happen, given so many people who are not happy with the Trump administration, whether it's those who are losing Medicaid, whether it's people who know or care about immigrants, whether it's obviously Israel and Palestine, Ukraine. There are many ways in which, or just the judicial use of the National Guard across the nation and including in the Capitol. The way in democracy this gets fixed without violent revolution is by allowing for people who are upset to go vote and change it. But this is a very blatant attempt to stop that.
I'm getting wrapped on time. I'm enjoying this conversation. I want to let it go on. I apologize. That's...
Didn't have time to sit here and admit that I had absolutely no idea what I was talking about and was factually wrong.
Do you think it was really getting wrapped on time, or maybe was it getting wrapped on performance?
God,
they've got gold to sell the elderly.
Exactly.
And come on, like there was an analysis done that if there was independent gerrymandering or independent district drawing across the country, that the Democrats in the 2024 map would have 16 more seats in Biden favorable districts than they currently would right now. Like, we know that the Republicans have thrown independent commissions in the trash, and in states like Florida and Texas have already heavily gerrymandered the states. It's like something like 2/3 of representatives in Texas are Republicans, which is not reflective of the amount of support for Democrats that's in the state. Just look at these statewide races. Yeah. They'll get much closer to 50% than is reflected in the state because they don't use independent redistricting. There's one state that has decided to go on the offense about this, and that is Illinois. And they're more gerrymandered, but I think that only adds 3 seats or something like that. So they've already gotten this major head start, and then they're bitching and whining that maybe the more populous states might do the same thing.
Democrats got to go ahead and do this. I mean, it is time. Do it and let it shake out. Because I mean, and particularly, look, there's 2 elections coming up where Democrats have a very, very good chance.
This is from the Texas government website.
Elections. In terms of the House.
Down in Houston.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it's a better chance than it was 2 years ago. And 2 years before that. They're the party out of power. There is a sort of a secular advantage to the party out of power, particularly when it comes to the House. Republicans go ahead and try and get aggressive with gerrymandering because they've already gerrymandered so much. I mean, this is the dynamic.
Yeah, Harris County.
You like Emma said, you have these multiple big Democratic states that were going to independent commissions that did not go.
It's like they're trying to hide
max gerrymander.
But I think
for
it's
lack
this
of a better term. Republicans did max gerrymandering. In fact, the guy who died, the godfather of gerrymandering, I can't remember his name, and his estranged daughter. Revealed in the last time around, I guess it was during the first Trump administration,
Congress,
that they specifically
wait, there's
were
the big
looking
mess.
to
I
do
forgot
this
about
to
that.
disenfranchise minorities. I mean, there was a whole. In fact, that guy even came up with a
but you can
fake
see it better on
excuse
the actual
as
Congress
to
map.
How the Department
Harris
of Justice
County.
and the census should deal with it. But putting that aside, they max
This one.
gerrymandered, and what that means is
It's because
if they go the next phase.
For those for gerrymandering explanation, there's a lot of Democratic voters in this county, but what they can do is they can grab some of them and then hit more rural counties and other small towns or suburbs to try and get enough conservative voters to override any of the Democratic voters here, and they have clearly done that with it looks like at least 3 districts, maybe even 4 with this one. It's insane. That's the current maps, and they want to get more gerrymandery with it.
At one point, it becomes diminishing returns, and it creates more seats that are potentially flippable.
Yep.
Right now, they gerrymandered in such a way where they got the maximum amount of seats that are the safest seats. And they did that by, when you do that, you necessarily create super, super safe Democratic seats, just fewer of them in a state.
That's why you have like Jasmine Crockett and Greg Casar, and they represent like, cities.
And they win by 25, 30 points because all the Democrats have been shoved into this district.
Yeah.
When you start to take some of those plus 20 Republican districts and try and create a couple more, they become suddenly plus 10 districts. And in a wave election, 1 or 2 of those end up being vulnerable, maybe 3 or 4, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe more. And so this is the dynamic. Democrats should actually start to do politics.
Can you guys just pull up that map I sent? I just want to illustrate it because I love these visuals. The Brennan Center for Justice. It's the first graph in this article if you scroll down briefly. Because you can see how reflected in there it is. The redness, and this isn't current congressional maps have a net 16 fewer Biden districts than non-gerrymandered maps. And this kind of likely applies to the current moment, right? Because the House margins barely changed after Trump got elected in the fall. So this is a pretty easy way to view this here. 5 extra seats, as we know, in Texas due to the racial gerrymandering we're talking about. 5 in Florida, and you see that even these other southern states, the Carolinas, Georgia, are heavily gerrymandered. The only states that have attempted to try to keep up, for the most part, with these heavily populated Republican states are Illinois and, to a lesser extent, New Jersey. But once we get California and New York, hopefully doing this, then that creates a big problem for them.
Yep.
I mean, net 16 fewer Biden districts. We talk about living in a democracy, and we have an opposition party that's decided to basically unilaterally disarm on partisanship when it came to redistricting. Because yes, it's wrong what the Republicans are doing. It's anti-democratic. Newsflash that the Republicans are anti-democratic until we have some sort of federalized, independent gerrymandering system.
The Republicans have been actively empowering the executive branch of the government in order to effectively have a dictatorship over the country.
That goes
that's anti-democratic. There's a reason the country is set up the way it is.
An independent commission,
even if it's flawed.
Actually the radical position, to not do anything.
Until you can show the Republicans that they're going to lose with any given dynamic, you're not going to see any type of good government reforms that prevent that dynamic from happening.
Bitch slap theory, right?
Yep.
You got to show them that you can fight them or they're going to walk all over you, and that's exactly what the last 10 years of politics have been.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Let's see, do we have another short one? Yeah, we'll maybe do these 2, and then I'll jump to
Earlier
games.
this morning, Florida Governor Ron
Probably
DeSantis
Crusader Kings, unless
announced
someone else
plans
wants
to build a
to
second
see me play
immigration
something else.
detention center in that state. This announcement comes just
I
days
did have
after
a
a
friend
federal judge
asking to
ordered
do
construction on that
Rivals.
so-called Alligator Alcatraz complex down in South Florida to stop. It's stopping for 2 weeks because of some environmental concerns. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call monitoring that story. Chanel, what did we learn this morning, friend?
Well, hey, Reed, good to see you. So this new detention facility will be at a prison in North Florida, and the governor has dubbed this Deportation Depot. Now, this facility will be at the Baker Correctional Institution in Sanderson. This is about 45 miles west of Jacksonville. It's also notably near the Lake City Gateway Airport, which the governor today, Reed, said would basically enable deportation flights from there. The Miami Herald is also reporting, Reed, that this facility has actually been vacant for several years now. It was closed down back in 2021. That was when the state grappled with some severe staffing shortages. DeSantis saying today this facility, once it's up and running, will be able to hold about 1,300.
It's insane. They're building another one of these. Already, it's so many reports of the terrible conditions, including like so much mosquitoes, and because it's in the middle of a swamp, and the hot summer heat of Florida is. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's
detainees. He also
inhumane
says it'll have a lot of the
and
same
vile.
services as the state's first detention center, which you mentioned, so-called Alligator Alcatraz. That is in the Florida Everglades. And as you mentioned, Reed, that is facing some litigation. DeSantis today justifying opening this second detention center by saying that President Trump's administration really needs this additional capacity to hold and to deport more immigrants. Listen.
I think that this is going to be value added. There is a demand for this. As I said, I didn't want to set up something and then have like 30 people here. I want to make sure that I'm confident that it will be filled, and I'm confident that DHS is really stepping up to do the removal operations and to get the flights going.
So the director of Florida's Division of Emergency Management, which is the agency essentially in charge of building these immigration facilities, is saying, Reed, that it could take 2 to 3 weeks to get this second Florida facility up and running. So we could see it operational in just a matter of weeks.
Chanel, thank you so
I
much.
think the quick turnaround is probably more a indication of the lack of quality of the construction, as well as just the lack of actual like structural integrity and fortification of it. It's probably going to be incredibly haphazard and just chain link fences inside like a barely stood up building like the other one is.
An Illinois.
I am probably going to be playing Rivals. My friend is going to be ready in like 15 minutes or so. 1 second. Okay.
Judge just rejected.
This is a bit more on the redistricting.
Did a request by Texas Attorney General Ken
MSNBC.
Paxton to help arrest Democrats who fled there over a fight on redistricting. Texas Republicans are expected to end their first special legislative session tomorrow after Democrats denied them a quorum, but they will immediately begin a new one, leaving out-of-state Democrats hammering out a plan for when they should return home. Joining me now, Democratic strategist and author of the Salty Politics newsletter on Substack, Julie Roginski. I do love the name of your Substack
Thank
letter.
you so
It's a fun
much.
one.
Thanks.
So let's talk about this, because Democrats, they want to be able to frame the fact that they've been out and that they have prevented any new redistricting maps from being drawn during this first special session, right? And they want to say, hey, this is legislative victory for us. Look what we did. But the fact is, you know, the governor said we are going to do back-to-back special legislative sessions until we get this done. And they do want to get back there to give Texas residents some sort of relief with legislation on the flooding.
Right. And
they're between a rock and a hard place.
Look, I don't want to get people's hopes up. This is going to happen in Texas. But what they have accomplished by doing this is bring attention to this issue. And in places like California, that is now about to undergo this whole referendum potentially on changing the way they do redistricting, it's important. It's important as an education tool. It's important to make people outside Texas and inside Texas understand the stakes. It is important to bring attention to this across the country about what exactly is happening, which is a heist of the election. If the Republicans were so sure that their policies were good for the people, they wouldn't need to do this. They would absolutely have fair elections and let the voters vote the way they want to vote, but they know they can't do that next year, which is why they're trying to heist this.
So have they been successful? I mean, you hear Governor Gavin Newsom, he's saying, I'm all in. I'm going to do this. If Texas successfully does this, I'm going to do the same thing to benefit Democrats in California.
He's saying that. Kathy Hochul here in New York is saying that.
Yep.
And they've been successful in getting governors to wake up. Now, what they need to do is educate people in California, because just because Gavin Newsom wants to do this doesn't mean that voters in California are going to allow him. And you have a lot of...
Because he'll do it through vote.
He has to do it through vote.
He's not going to do it by just saying we're doing it amongst ourselves.
Well, you have to change the Constitution in California. That's the difference between Texas and California, and New York as well.
Yeah.
And so what ends up happening...
Yeah, that's another thing. All the Republicans decrying this is... at least the process is still more democratic. Newsom is initiating the process, but it has to be verified by voters.
Is that it's an education tool for those voters in California. And my friends in California, if you're listening, I understand this is not how Democrats want to do things. I understand that there's a sense of fairness that Democrats want to play in, but our democracy is at stake. It is critical for us to understand that in this case, the ends justify the means. And what that means is we cannot allow Donald Trump to hijack the House, because if he hijacks the House for another 2 years, we could say bye-bye to our democracy.
Plus, no one cares about hypocrisy, but the Republicans are being hypocritical. They're actively destroying democracy and then acting like this is an actual threat, or like the actual betrayal of democracy, when it's more democratic than anything they've done and not as impactful as anything they have allowed to happen.
But let me ask you if that message is
Like
getting
the
through.
big,
The word
beautiful bill.
redistricting, in the past, what that has done is, people start talking about it and their eyes glaze over, right? So has that connection been made that at the root of this is really a challenge to democracy? Do you think that Democrats have done that to the extent that voters across this nation, certainly those in Texas, will stand up and say, hang on, I don't want democracy to falter because of this?
Well, what Texas is doing, look, just because Republicans are going to go through with these maps doesn't mean that it's great for Republicans. These maps are not a slam dunk for the Republicans. Are they going to pick up 5 seats? I'm not so sure. I mean, they're really diluting a lot of their vote there to be able to do that. And so...
Yeah, she's alluding to kind of what was happening, we were talking about in the last video, which is that in order to try and get 5 more Republican-leaning districts, it's going to weaken some of the ones that are already leaning Republican, potentially making them up for grabs. As we also know, there is some discontent with the Republican Party right now.
Pick up some. They may
Even
pick up all
in
5, but the reality is it's not a sure
Republican
bet.
states.
In places like California, in places like New York,
I'm
to
not
the
sure how
extent that
much in
voters are
Texas,
tuning in,
though.
this cannot be about redistricting. This could not be about congressional reapportionment, which is the real name for it. It can't be about census data. It has to be about saving democracy. It has to be about standing up to Donald Trump. It has to be about not allowing Republicans to hijack this election and this country, which is exactly what they're trying to do. And if you make it put it in those kinds of terms, as opposed to putting it in terms that are very wonky for those of us who love talking about redistricting, you're going to get somewhere.
Okay, but you're a Democratic strategist.
Right.
What do you say to Democrats to say, here's how you need to message this successfully? Because let's face it, Democrats are not always the best. They may have the high road, they may have the law, they may have the moral compass, supporting them, but they're not great at messaging half the time.
We are taking the fight to Donald Trump. We're standing up to Donald Trump, and we're taking the fight to him. We are not lying down and allowing him to walk all over us. We are standing up for democracy. We're standing up for the rule of law, and we're standing up for the future of this country.
Are people going to tune into that instead of talking about kitchen table issues, wallets?
Yes, because what Democrats, who are the vast majority of voters in California, are just dying for, rank and file Democrats, if for somebody to just take the fight to Trump. They are so tired of their elected officials talking at a 90-foot level when they should be down in the gutter. I've said this before. I've said it on this show before. When they go low, we get out the excavator and we bury them. And that's what we have to do. We have to keep going as low as they are. If we sit here...
Let's say as low as they are, there's definitely some bridges the Republicans have crossed and burned in that we should not, because they lead to fascist authoritarian states. But yeah, this is not this honestly is not a great step, but it's not as bad as what they have been doing, and it may be necessary in order to get a party in power that is not kowtowing to a fascist tyrant in order to. I mean, honestly, we probably need a referendum and maybe new amendments in the Constitution or something that account for some of the situations we've been in, but who knows? I'm not a politician.
Here
I
and
don't know
talk
how the
about,
government
this isn't
would
right,
go
and
about
this isn't
doing
right,
that, or
this
if
isn't the way it
even
should be.
anyone
Of
would
course it's
be
not right. Of
happy
course
to
it's
do
not the
it.
way it should be. But we have to fight them on their own terms because they're not going to stop unless we stop them.
You are saying fight fire with fire, Julie
100%.
Rubinski. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Controlled burn. All right. I am going to run to the bathroom and then, in the meantime, launch Rivals and Steam because I didn't have it open. What? Update too, so that's good because I can run to the bathroom. I'm also gonna fill up my water before we start. Okay. You entertain them, girly? Yeah. Okay. Ready for Rivals? I should change the stream title and stuff. Wah, wah. Alright, then my friend will be joining me in just a moment. And we may try and do some comp. I believe we're both in gold at the moment. One of the earlier seasons we hit flat. These are cool looking skins. Bundled.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know why I didn't hear you join the call.
Probably because you're on streamer mode in Discord.
That might be it.
At least I assume. Oh lord, I'm hearing myself twice.
Are you? Oh, are you because you're watching?
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
I'm sorry I was not here for more of it. How did it go?
Pretty good, I think. There was a couple new people. One was from Ukraine.
Hell
yeah. Yeah.
Nice. You are leader too, by the way.
Jeez. Here, we'll do warm up. Yeah, we talked about Ukraine. Talked about, of course, DC a bit more. There wasn't too much new information other than just kind of the the numbers of they've arrested like 45 people, but they have like 1,600.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that part. Yeah. And I made the comment of it's just a confirmation bias, and if you look for crime, you'll find whatever you want to find. Everything too.
Which is brown people. But...
Yeah.
I'll go tank. What do I want to play?
Who needs four when you got one like me?
Who needs four when you got one like me?
Check my watch.
It would be less conspicuous if the like proof that they are having an effect and showing mugshots and stuff. If recently arrested people, and like the crimes weren't just all people of color.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Easy to
I
deny that.
haven't. I don't think I've like seen many mugshots, which is also kind of concerning because it's like then who knows who's been arrested really?
Yeah, the only ones that they showed were the 3 that I remember. One of the news clips you watched had.
Yeah.
2, 1.
That was just one.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Hey, does anyone get the feeling that Loki has bigger plans than just ruling Asgard?
Penny, Iron Man. Lots of Groot in my notes.
Yeah.
Ultron on the right side. Groot walls.
Yeah. I was trying to move back, but
Capture the mission area.
one second. I might have to drop some settings. I think my stream is.
Streaming. Yeah.
Just hit it to medium. Still not looking great.
Nice. Good ground.
Oh, Moon Knight's one shot. Got him. There's this guy in the sky. I can't do anything about. No.
Don't worry.
Thanks. Yeah, my stream is still fucked. Maybe I have to restart. We can do it after this.
Okay. Still pushing a plot, careful.
Yeah. Back up, back up. Let's just go again. Oh, yeah, over here.
Maximum pulse.
Yeah,
that
the
kills
pulse.
3 of us.
Yeah. Yep, can't get through there. Yeah, I'm just resetting. I got my ult.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Got your back. There's a
Oh, fuck off. Damn, the moon. Hey!
I already got revived though.
No, I can't see anyone. Fuck me. Oh, yeah, the slideshow is rough.
No.
We're tough, right, Tippy? You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Although I've had issues with streaming Marvel Rivals specifically, like in Discord before, and I have never known why. I assumed it was just because I had graphics settings high and I didn't want to. Oh,
Yeah.
Whoops, not bad.
I thought we were getting that anyway. It's all good. I think Rivals is either like very heavy CPU or GPU intensive.
Maybe
probably.
also setting it to full screen instead of borderless window might help.
But don't tell Hulk.
That one of the things I just did seemed to have helped. What the other one was lowering the frame rate, but I don't want cap, but I don't want to do that. So let's undo that and see if. No, yeah, the frame rate cap is it.
Capping the frame rate is going to be your most.
Yeah.
Especially when you're screen recording it.
Yeah.
You know what you're streaming at? 1080p.
It should be, yeah.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Reggie's here.
I'm with the DPS on the right side.
Yeah, I'm behind you. I had to tab out real quick.
Okay.
I can't jump to any of you either. You just all keep getting out, like, around a corner from me.
You're cut off.
Oh, the rocket here is so low. Okay. Take that. Going back. On you.
I had a drop.
Oh, fuck me.
I'm just fucking trapped on here. What the fuck, dude?
Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, I can't do much against Iron Man.
Yeah.
Ready to keep on rocking.
If any live ones in the chat, also let me know if
Their
the stream
team's
looks
capture
good.
progress has passed the halfway point.
Reggie's here.
Just got back. What are we doing?
Our rocket decided to face tank them. Face tank the Ultron.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Ready to keep on rocking. Got your back. This should help me last longer.
They've almost got it.
We gotta get on point.
Roger.
Damn. Well, warm up game.
Yeah.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
They had a Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, she was using that skin. I couldn't really tell who she was for a while either, but yeah.
Could have been me.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh yeah, now we have picks and bans.
Who am I gonna banish from this match.
Let's go.
Do you want damage and I can heal?
I'm down for either one. I think I want to. With the picks right now, I'd probably go healing. Probably go rocket.
Gotcha. Who else do we want to ban? Oh, the band name or damn. Someone's asking for Black Panther.
He's Black Panther, so I feel like he did that on accident. Maybe? Oh, nope, he wants to ban it. Okay. Who knows?
He might have selected it early.
Yeah, to try and ban it earlier.
Yeah.
I probably play rocket or.
Okay, so now we have one healer.
I guess. I'm gonna go rocket. I'll play rocket or Iron Man. What do you want to play?
You play Iron Man. I'm gonna play.
Okay. Ooh, better.
Every level and beyond repair.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Nice gal, Emma. The Hellfire Trading Company must be doing well.
Indeed, though we are always seeking new partners, particularly wealthy, handsome ones.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Stark's got the funds, but what's in it for me?
I know you, Tony.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Our Winter Soldier wasn't moving it, so just be careful. We're gonna be a little down. They got a Jeff up there.
And Thurs is off.
Oh shit! I got pulled. I got pulled. Oh, that's not good.
He already has that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I killed the Ankh, but oopsie. Alrighty. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Keep going.
Make yourself useful.
Over here. I can heal you. A nice increase.
Turn around, they're on your back. That put a spring in my step.
That should keep us safe.
I was fine.
Got the
I'm dying. Jesus.
There's a hell yeah. That's why.
Yeah.
Us against the world.
Oh, come on. Oi. Damn, he took a portal. I can't.
Got 3. Thank you.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Observe this zone closely.
Oh, nice.
Little triple kill.
Triple kill.
The age of carbon is over. The age of silicon has just begun.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is that a low-level psychic bond I'm picking up on?
Yeah, I'm connected to the spider that helps me pilot this armor.
How curious. An arachnid's thoughts must be quite jarring to a human.
Yeah, I'll have to mess with OBS and look at a different way of streaming games and see if I can secure better frame rate still without having to. Because on OBS there is like a game capture option. I just don't know how to get it to select rivals.
Oh, you didn't actually get it to do it. Okay. I have not used OBS a lot. I don't know if there's anything to do with like bitrate capturing like that. But there's a way to optimize that type of thing. That could help.
Opposition targeted. This is my natural selection. To survive, you must prepare.
Here.
Oh fuck! The Ankh got me.
Yeah,
I was trying to get behind. I was trying to get behind something because of the Emma's issue.
Yeah.
Capture the mission area.
They keep swapping the like hit scan that they have.
Mm.
To my full glory.
Spider is fully charged.
Go, my children. The bad start.
Spider mode.
Extermination. The moon haunts you.
Oy. Fuck. Yeah, I couldn't. I needed to get closer to heal.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh. No. I was just about to get back. I got you.
Yeah.
They've almost got it.
Where are you? Oh, I need healing. Oh, you had my thing on you, and then the other person we had died. Damn.
Oh, that was his point. Rip, my bad.
Yeah.
I realized it was that close.
All good. We got another round.
It's the worst map of this rotation, I feel like, so fine.
Which one is this again?
This is the other bad one.
This is the one.
It's like the down pit with the two areas and then the like hallway.
Get ready.
If we don't Iron Man, please focus midnight. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. Bad.
I mean, I don't know. Our other DPS has 3 kills, so...
Yeah, I mean...
I'm trying.
The battle starts in 5.
Have they been torched the whole time?
I don't remember what they were to begin with, but it wasn't torch. They swapped torch at the start of last round.
No, yeah, they started as Winter Soldier.
Yeah, that's right. That sounds right.
Can't see you.
Yeah.
we're moving on to point.
Looks like the mission area is yours now.
The moon haunts you.
God damn it, girl.
Thank you very much.
I'll outlive every single one.
You got 4 of them chasing me.
4 from chasing who?
Me. 4 of them chasing me?
Oh, gotcha. Behind the point, I see.
Okay.
Or Moon Knight's up in the tower. There we go. Oh, shit. What are you doing, girl? Oh my god.
I don't know. I don't know. Reload.
The moon haunts you.
Behind magic. Or not magic.
Can she really just do that? What the fuck, dude?
Oh.
That's crazy. She just holds it. Wild.
Can't see you, girl. Bruh. Okay. I'm trying so fucking hard. Hey, I'm Ace.
Nice. No surprised. Definitely would not be our pain, I can tell you that much. Okay. All good.
Well.
Yep. It ain't our penny, I can tell you that.
Now we are the Roto addict.
Yep.
Yeah, no. The 10 deaths is a bit much. I died second this, but.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Tism Rage. What a name. They're probably a Cloak and Dagger main or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Wait, my Chrono Shield's ready, but I still D-rank? What the fuck? But why?
It probably just became ready. Mine did.
Bruh.
But... Alright, we'll do this match, and then that might be the last one for the stream. That's
Okay,
5
okay.
hours. That's my planned time. And this weekend, I have a wedding on Saturday in which I am driving there and back in the same day. Which
You
is-
are? I was wondering if you were going to stay there.
No.
I've seen wonders out there in the
Oh.
cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Now, who am I gonna banish
I can go
in
tank
this
too.
match?
Well, yeah. But
No, it's double DPS time. You know what that means.
we
You're gonna
get
take that L.
screwed. I don't
Take
care.
that L.
I do
How
want the
far is it from here?
Wolverine. It's 2.5 to 3 hours, although there is a section of highway in Seattle that is closed for the weekend for like construction and stuff. So it's likely that traffic is going to be getting redirected around, like going through the city more.
Oh.
So we'll see.
Oh. 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 That doesn't sound fun.
Who do
So
we
it's gonna be like 4
want?
hours worth. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the correct commands are.
Moon Knight.
There. 20%. What's gonna land on? Well, I love gambling.
Who doesn't? That's why
You'll need
it's
a top-notch
addictive.
team to win this one.
Not on me. I'm not susceptible to that.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Do you want to swap? Well, no. Then we'd need a healer to swap, probably.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I can be tanky, so I guess this isn't the worst. So.
Especially with the Invis Woman, that'll be fine.
Yeah. So long as I can remember to hit it and get it off before I get murdered. And if there's a Groot, just tell me to switch.
If there's a Groot, tell you to switch. Okay.
Everything eventually ends.
You bouncing your leg?
Say that again?
Are you bouncing your leg?
Yes.
It comes through a little bit.
Gotcha.
Not that bad, but enough
Good
to
to
maybe
know.
look into. Yeah. But I don't let me see if I can hear it on this
Think
stream.
about it.
Up
What
to you.
could be more romantic than saving the universe side by side? Noted.
The battle starts in
There's mines right outside the window, or outside the door.
2, 1.
I'll have to check a different time.
Yeah.
Oop.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
A futile attempt.
Trying to hit them.
Got those strange and about to go inflated. Oh.
Oh, I die. I should have lifted it out like that.
Oh, fuck.
I should also try and get.
I thought I would have had heals there.
I'm more resilient than you think.
I also got screwed by the strange being all wily, and I messed up my inflated mode a bit. That's an unfortunate situation. Nope, that's a good situation.
Damn, dude. Do I not get res there?
He has to get closer first, so. Or did you just get res naturally?
Nope.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, shit.
Oh, rocket is so low there.
Nice, there we go. Shit.
Double KO.
Your failure was inevitable. Good work, Susan.
Heyo. I'm inflated again.
Yeah?
Yeah. Some might say engorged.
No.
You don't like my word? You don't like you don't like the word I chose? That's un-American of you. You have to like everything anyone could ever say. And if you don't, you're a bad person. Oh, damn.
As soon as I go in, I just get no healing. It's fortunate, I feel like.
Yeah, I've had that feeling as well, but
feel like it's pretty decent, otherwise I'm gonna just stop hitting it.
Rise, my friends!
Oh, let me out! Jesus Christ. Oh, good stuff. Good anti-heal there at the end of that.
Good, yeah.
Got him!
Nice, good shot. Good shot.
Oh, I can't. Oh.
Very nice.
Uh-oh. Got him. Damn.
This is gonna hurt. Powering up. Double KO.
I'm not ready to give up.
I was about to just say, am I gonna use ult ever?
Did she? If you die, portal. Did I just hear an enemy around spawn? Maybe it was just you underneath and I didn't notice.
I think so.
I've located an enemy.
Get that vehicle moving again.
That almost hurt. Quitter relief.
Oh, he portaled.
Only 60 seconds left. It's spider time!
This is real firepower!
Oh, the spider nest we're not getting.
Yeah, I was trying to before the
You have
ult started
res?
going off and stuff.
We have res? We have res? We don't need res.
Where is he?
Armed and dangerous!
Healing power. I won't
Yeah,
rest
we
until
almost
this is
definitely could have
solved.
used it there, but... 10 seconds.
Judge, jury, executioner!
You'll have to keep playing until we have a winner.
Can we res? Adam?
The invisible woman's really fucking low here.
Adam's gonna fucking lose this game with res still in his pocket. Tragic.
Oh, come on.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's so low there.
Dude.
Damn.
The current score is 1-0. Time
Oi.
to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I had her for a bit in that last round, didn't I?
Yeah.
Round 2.
There's a solution for every problem
I have
if you
been
just look hard
hidden
enough.
them. So, I think the main issue is that
We had 3 heals and I didn't feel like it.
yeah, you couldn't really push up and take them out without dying or losing one of us, and then
I gather that was the intent.
Typical mortals. To believe that despite their imperfections, they could perfect themselves.
The battle starts in 5.
what are we doing all the way up there?
3,
I don't know.
2, 1. You need to stop
I don't want to play.
in its tracks.
Got the venom. Yeah. The healers are low in the back, but oh, I'm dying.
Oh, I have ult and it ate it. It ate my ult. That's actually crazy, dude. All of it. Doesn't even do it 50%.
Yeah, I just think we also shouldn't have been up that far. It's not as defensible as the corner here.
From the far.
The invisible woman is here.
Do have not. Oh, come on.
See, where are we? You just don't play Warlock. Let's do someone else like.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh no.
Double KO.
Sorry about that.
We did it.
Nice ult.
I don't think my ult actually really did anything besides kind of like keep them from moving point a bit.
I would advise using caution here. Feeling fantastic.
You? Not bad.
That was simple. Let me return the favor.
Great spot to mount it. And I stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, we stay back.
I would advise using caution here.
Hey, have swapped Iron Man?
Yeah, I thought I heard a fire.
Only 60 seconds left. Disappear!
Let me return the favor.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh fuck! I didn't save you there. Fuck.
No.
Oh my god.
Maybe we'll die with Adam hit again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have multiple ults.
Double KO.
We have to see this through to the end.
An extra force field? Great.
We lost everyone, Chase.
Yeah.
Time for a tactical retreat.
I thought that was you up there. Well,
No, no, no.
We need to regroup elsewhere. Not so fast, friend.
Got him.
Keep fighting until we
Oh no.
They hit checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Let me return the favor.
Got him. Plated. Iron Man dead.
Armed and dangerous!
I have my ult too. Nice, good kill.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Maximum pulse!
Where'd the Iron Man go? Up there.
Pushing back to their spawn. Almost back.
Okay, that's good at least.
Fantastic! Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Can we use? Nice, nice. Nice, there you go. That's what I want.
Why did you... Wait, was that not our shields up?
Yeah, those are visible and ult.
I think they ran out of it.
Interesting choice.
Maximum pulse!
Oh. Oh my god, I just need healing. Oh.
I'm not ready to give up yet. Rise, my friend!
There's no way we actually kept it that close and then still lost it.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Oh, dude. Whatever.
Yeah. I am gonna call the stream there.
Go do your farewell.
Yes.
Bye stream. Bye chat.
Just gonna mute on Discord.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. See you all tomorrow. Same time, 3. If we do Rivals again, I'm gonna look into making it perform a little better. Otherwise, we can continue Crusader Kings. Peace.